Good afternoon and welcome to January Full Council meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to make everyone present, including those observing from the public galleries, aware that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed to the Council's YouTube channel, where citizens can watch the meeting live or after the meeting. We will now start the business of today's meeting. Councillor Matt Shannon, are there any apologies from Labour Group?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and Happy New Year to you too. We have apologies from Councillor Fozia Mubashar for illness, Councillor Farzana Mahmood for illness, Councillor Adele Williams for illness, Councillor Sam Lux for parental leave, and Councillor Sam Gardner for parental leave.
Thank you. Councillor AJ Masuku, are there any apologies from the Nottingham People's Alliance Group?
Happy New Year, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Yes, one apology from Councillor Naeem Saqib Salim on account of illness.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Rule, are there any apologies from the Nottingham Independent and Independent Group?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Happy New Year. There are no apologies from the Nottingham Independent and Independent Group.
Thank you. We will now move on to the next agenda item, declarations of interest. Are there any councillors who need to declare interest in any matters on today's agenda? Thank you. We will now move on to the next agenda item, questions from citizens. We have 30 minutes, and any question not responded to within that time will have a written response. There are 8 citizen questions to be answered today at the Council. This first question relates to street cleaning. Please, could the Executive Member for Neighbourhoods, Waste and Equalities provide us with a response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and Happy New Year, everybody. I'd also like to thank the citizen for raising the question on rough sleeping and begging in our cities. I want to acknowledge their concern. We work in partnership to address this challenging issue. The multi-agency approach is key to intervention when addressing and supporting these highly vulnerable groups of individuals. Our neighbourhood teams engage with rough sleepers, and where someone is in genuine need of support, help is provided, and I would ask residents who are concerned to contact Housing Aid on Nottingham 8763300 or Framework Outreach Team on the 0800 066 5356 number. I would also ask citizens to avoid as much as possible giving change to homeless people, as often this fuels criminal activity such as feeding drug use. I would suggest the help we offer here is that citizens seek to donate to the homeless charity as a more effective way of offering help. Donations can be made to Nottingham Street Aid by texting street plus a number 1 to 20 to 70560 to help. In February, we started our Love Your Streets campaign, a joint initiative with our partners focusing on the city centre. Since its inception, we have tackled fly tipping, issuing 921 fixed penalty notices, ranging from environmental and low-level ASB offences. We have encouraged rough sleepers to seek the much-needed help they require, and I would ask that in terms of begging, these cases are referred to the police for enforcement action. Collectively, as partners, we work closely together in our joint commitment to offer all the help and support required to encourage better life choices and to keep the streets of Nottingham safe and clean. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The second question relates to outdoor lidos. Please, could the Executive Member for Neighbourhoods, Waste and Equalities provide us with her response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the citizens for raising the question on outdoor swimming lidos. Historically, we had 3 outdoor swimming lidos that were closed and demolished back in the early 80s and 2000s for a variety of reasons. We have not had any proposals for this to come forward, but if one were to come forward, we would consider how we might facilitate this. Whole Life is a private contractor who runs an organised swimming session at Colic Park. These are supervised and ideal for various experience levels. In Long Eaton, Spring Water offers a pay-as-you-go swimming lake session, and Hovering Lake Nature Reserve, Love Open Waters, offers outdoor swimming sessions also. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you. The third question relates to extra care. Please, could the Executive Member for Adult Social Care and Health provide us with her response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the citizen who asked the question about our accommodation strategy. This council is committed to meeting its statutory responsibilities under the Care Act of 2012, promoting independence and well-being and securing high-quality, value-for-money outcomes for local people. Building from good bones is important, so the council will develop a co-produced adult social care strategy, working with people who draw on care and support, residents, the voluntary sector partners, communities and seldom heard groups. The strategy will set out a clear, inclusive shared vision for adult social care in Nottingham City. A core element of the strategy is understanding how best to support people to live healthy, independent lives in their communities for as long as possible. This includes a clear assessment of current and prospective future accommodation for support needs, alongside opportunities to optimise the council's existing estate. This work will be undertaken jointly with housing teams to ensure a coordinated and system-wide approach. The council will commission independent external expertise to undertake a comprehensive evaluation of the existing accommodation estate, establishing a robust evidence base to inform future strategic direction and commissioning intentions, including recommendations to improve and expand accommodation-based provision. In parallel, the council will review previous work with a specific focus on extra care provision. Where clear opportunities for improvement are identified, these will be prioritised within the strategy's implementation plan or progressed at pace to deliver timely benefits for residents. This is a huge undertaking, and the work needs to be completed with compassion and accuracy. We'll do it once, we'll do it right. It isn't just about today, but about building an agile, responsive service that works for residents for years to come.
Thank you. The fourth question relates to property taxes. Please, could the Executive Member for Finance and Resources provide us with his response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and may I thank the resident for their question. And for the benefit of those attending and watching online, let me refresh your minds. In November last year, Councillor Winter proposed a motion to this council lobbying the government for a fair financial settlement and committing to work with SEGOMA, the LGA and our local MPs to press the case for Nottingham. Whilst this council overwhelmingly agreed this position, it wasn't unanimous. It's because Councillor Jones and the People's Alliance from the opposition proposed to amend the motion, instead calling on the government to revise all property taxes, business rates and council tax to ensure that the obligation to pay lies with property owners rather than tenants. Now, whilst on the face of it, Councillor Jones might think this represents a win for local people in the private rented sector, but this rather simplistic and naive approach ignores a glaring fact. Shifting both council tax and business rates from tenants to landlords in the private sector may sound equitable at first and make a tidy little soundbite, but in practice this amendment could have, and data shows absolutely would, disproportionately impact renters in Nottingham in several ways. Firstly, rents would likely rise. Even if the legal liability was placed on property owners, most landlords would simply recoup those costs by increasing rents. A similar shift in business rates would also translate into landlords factoring higher bills into rental prices. There would also be a demonstrable impact on the affordability and stability of Nottingham's private rented sector, which already struggles with affordability. Any rent hikes would reduce household budgets, particularly for low and middle income renters. This could increase financial pressure, potentially resulting in higher rates of arrears and evictions, which is a negative social outcome. It also forgets that the council is the landlord to 25,000 tenants. Under Councillor Jones's amendment, the HRA would be liable for millions in council tax instead of investing in our housing stock for our tenants. Now, I do believe that council tax is regressive and outdated, but this certainly is not the answer. Members in the Chamber will recall efforts to save Councillor Jones from pushing through such an amendment, which carries a disproportionate consequence to Nottingham people. It was in fact Councillor Battlemuch who sought to save Kirsty from herself and further embarrassment. Alas, we now have concerned citizens writing to this council, no doubt concerned, but after a mere 2 months now see the Alliance for exactly what they are. And Lord Mayor, what this shows us is that time and time again our newfound opposition group are more concerned with public soundbites than actually doing something that protects our residents. Political grandstanding that costs the very people they claim to represent more is all that you need to know about the People's Alliance, and I personally expected better, and judging by the question, clearly so did the public.
Thank you. The fifth question relates to libraries. Please, could the leader of the council provide us with her response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I thank the citizen for their thoughtful and passionate questions about our libraries and their future. Libraries matter. They are not just buildings with books, they are safe spaces, community hubs, places of learning, warmth and connection, and I share the strength of feeling that many residents have about protecting them. I will break down the questions so that can be easily understood. On the government settlement, first, I want to place on record this council's thanks to the Labour government for the new multi-year funding settlement. It represents a real shift in direction. After years of instability and short-term fixes, we finally have a government that understands that councils cannot keep delivering more with less. Let us be honest about the mess we inherited under the previous Conservative government. Local government was hollowed out. Core funding was stripped away year after year, while demand for services rose. Councils like ours were forced into crisis management instead of prevention and valued neighbourhood services, including libraries, taking the hardest hit. This new settlement does not fix everything overnight, but it does mark the beginning of a fairer system. It gives us breathing space and, crucially, the chance to start rebuilding. As a Labour council, we welcome that and we will use it responsibly, investing in services that residents deserve while continuing the hard work of restoring long-term financial stability. On the Sherwood Library and the Mobile Library, I'm genuinely pleased to report that Sherwood Library is now on track to open this spring. We have resolved the outstanding building issues. All major repairs and system commissioning are complete. The necessary certifications are in place and we are now in the final stage of fitting out the building. That includes IT installation, shelving, signage, public computers and finishing the internal spaces. We are very close. I know residents have waited patiently and I want to thank them for that. This has not been easy, but we are determined to deliver a modern, accessible library that the community can be proud of. In the meantime, we have introduced a mobile library service. It currently operates on Saturdays from Woodthorpe Grange Park, and we are working with local ward councillors to identify additional stops so that access is not lost while the permanent site is finished. Locations will continue to be shared on the council's website. Turning to the three libraries at Aspley, Basford and Bilborough, work is continuing on their transfer to Castle Cavendish. Let me be clear, this was not an ideological choice, it was a practical one shaped by the financial reality left behind after more than a decade of Conservative cuts. Faced with stark options, we were determined not to allow these buildings to simply close their doors. By working with a trusted community partner, we are securing the future of these sites, keeping library services in place and allowing the buildings to serve wider community needs. With local government reorganisation on the horizon, our responsibility is to protect what we can now, not gamble with the future of much-loved local assets. This is about sustainability, not stepping away, about enabling communities, not abandoning them. And most importantly, it means that no libraries are being lost.
Please, can you round up your time?
Finally, I want to pay tribute to the Friends of Meadows Library for the wonderful anniversary celebration they organised. It showed that what we can achieve when communities care deeply about their local services. As 2026 will be the National Year of Reading, we will work with community groups and partners to mark the anniversaries of Basford and Radford and Lenton libraries. These historic buildings are part of the fabric of neighbourhoods, and these milestones deserve to be celebrated. This is a Labour council working with a Labour government to build what was run down for far too long. Our approach is simple: protect access to libraries, invest where we can and work with our communities to secure a sustainable future. Libraries are not a luxury, they are a public good and we will continue to stand up for them.
Thank you. The sixth question relates to free school meals holiday vouchers. Please, could the Executive Member for Finance and Resources provide us with his response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and may I thank the citizen for their question in regard to the Household Support Fund and the use of this fund for free school meal vouchers. The Council has distributed over £23 million to support vulnerable residents through the Household Support Fund since its introduction in October 2021. In answer to the specific questions, and forgive me for the technicalities, in 2024-25, a total of £2.9 million was spent providing a FSM voucher to an average of 20,565 eligible pupils per holiday period. In 2025, a total of £1.5 million was spent providing a FSM voucher to an average of 19,000 eligible pupils per holiday period. This is the number of eligible pupils in Nottingham schools reported from each school roll immediately prior to the half-term period, used to identify the number of vouchers required, and as such, the actuals fluctuated throughout the year. The Household Support Fund will come to an end as of 31st of March this year and will be replaced by the new Crisis and Resilience Fund. This new fund is intended to provide support based on the identification of need, which will include FSM families, which is fundamentally different to the previous direct automatic issue of vouchers for FSM eligible children without application or request. In addition, the potential increase in the number for families eligible for free school meals due to the change in qualifying criteria from September 2026 may potentially increase eligibility significantly. The Council is currently developing the plans for the distribution of the Crisis Resilience Fund along with key stakeholders and community organisations and will confirm these proposals at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The seventh question relates to community centre budget. Please, could the Executive Member for Finance and Resources provide us with his response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Council's financial position has improved since the commencement of this project. However, the required revenue savings associated with the project are embedded within the medium-term financial plan and therefore remain an essential part of the Council's financial strategy to achieve long-term sustainability. Following feedback received from community associations and stakeholders, a number of changes have been made to the original proposals, including moving away from full market rents to a reduced flat fee model, introducing weekly drop-in sessions with the project team alongside the allocation of named caseworkers to each association, retaining ongoing council staffing support, continuing to support urgent repairs where required, increasing flexibility in relation to lease break clauses and associated timescales, waiving the council's internal legal fees, delivering a saving of approximately £750 to £1,000 per association, and providing funding for specialist external support. We will also be making significant investments to bring community centres to the appropriate standard to support any future transition. These changes are intended to maximise the retention of community assets across the city while safeguarding the Council's financial position and recognising the significant social value delivered by community associations and their volunteers. All community assets that are currently void, including Mapley Community Centre, which became void following the association's decision to return the keys to the Council, will be subject to an asset review to determine the most appropriate option for the future use of each site. The Council's reserve position remains unchanged. The updated balance will be reported to the Council 25-26 Statement of Accounts and will be confirmed as part of the external audit review. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The final question relates to meals at home service. Please, could the Executive Member for Adult Social Care and Health provide us with a response?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the citizen for asking this question. Nottingham City Council has made the difficult decision to close the internal Meals at Home service based on the facts that the service is non-statutory, unsustainable, and no longer aligned with Adult Social Care's modern approach to personalisation and direct payments. Over the past decade, national policy has shifted away from a paternalistic council-run care provision toward personal budgets and direct commissioning by citizens. As a result, Meals at Home has operated without adult social care funding and as a self-referral, full cost recovery service for several years. With supplier costs increasing, leading to higher prices for citizens, demand for the service has consistently fallen over the last 5 years, despite attempts to adapt this service. The service now provides meals for just 95 customers, and with economies of scale working against the service, it was simply not financially viable to continue. Crucially, no citizen is being left without access to food or support. All service users were contacted individually and offered help transitioning to alternative providers. The Council worked closely with other local and national providers to ensure options are in place, many of which offer wider menu choices, dietary flexibility, and ongoing delivery services. Where users needed additional support arranging meals, Adult Social Care has been involved to assess needs and coordinate care. Whilst the Council acknowledges the value of their dedicated drivers, Meals at Home drivers were not trained care staff or welfare officers, and their role did not include any formal safeguarding checks. Any concerns observed during delivery were appropriately escalated to relevant services, but this was never part of the service and potentially led to a false sense of security. Moving forward, all alternative providers follow their own welfare protocols, and Adult Social Care continues to retain responsibility for risk and safeguarding oversight. Since October 2025, the service has been in the process of implementing the plans to cease its operations effective from the 31st of this month. As part of this, each of the 95 existing customers have received information and support to enable them to choose and move to an alternative provider, a process which is now complete for these individuals. Arrangements are still being completed with the last remaining lunch group to transfer the meals to a new provider, which will be completed within the next few weeks. This will complete the programme of closure of the service as planned by the end of January. As a traded function, the service is supposed to be income generating against its budget and make a positive contribution to the Council's general fund. However, it made a budget loss of more than £53,000 in 24-25 and is now projected to make a loss in the current year of almost £97,000. This figure is reduced due to the early closure of the service within the current financial year. The Council has a legal duty to provide best value when spending taxpayers' money, and the Meals at Home service no longer met this criteria. The continuation of the service is no longer a viable option due to the near completion of the planned process of closure, which will conclude on the 31st of January 2026.
Thank you. That concludes questions from citizens. We will move on to the next agenda item, petitions from citizens. Are there any petitions to be submitted by councillors? Councillor L. Jones, will you present your petition, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am presenting this petition on behalf of residents of Ebers Grove who are requesting restoration of a reliable waste collection and safe access to their homes. For many years, bins from 12 households were collected from Ebers Road without issue. Following changes to a driveway at 56 Ebers Road, that arrangement can no longer be used. Importantly, residents were not consulted in advance, and it remains unclear whether planning permission was granted that would have allowed concerns to be raised. Residents were instead instructed to present their bins in the rear alleyway. This has created serious problems. Bins left in the alley obstruct bicycles, deliveries, prams and mobility aids, and raise concerns about access for emergency services. There is also an ongoing security risk, as the gate secure in the alley must be left open for collections. Despite repeated contact with the council, bins have at times gone uncollected for extended periods, creating hygiene and accessibility issues. Residents are asking for a permanent workable solution that restores reliable waste collection without compromising safety or security. I formally present this petition to council and request that a written response be provided to both myself and the residents, setting out how this will be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes petitions from citizens. We will now move on to the next agenda item, minutes. Can we agree the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th November 2025? Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have raised some minor amendments that need to happen with the officers. So subject to them being amended, happy to agree.
Thank you. We'll move on now to the next agenda item, official communications. Chief Executive, can you please make your announcement?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to report to Council that a number of Nottingham residents were included in the King's New Year's honours. Jane Torval and Christopher Dean received a damehood and a knighthood, respectively. Others who were honoured include Professor Sarah Sharples, who was awarded a CBE for her contributions to transport, manufacturing research, both during her time at the University of Nottingham and as Chief Scientific Advisor to the Department for Transport. David Astle, Chief Executive of Nottingham City Transport, received an OBE for services to transport, and Nigel Lim Rose, Chair of the Lim Family Funeral Service in Nottingham, has been awarded an MBE for services to the bereaved. On behalf of Nottingham City Council, I congratulate all on receiving such esteemed recognition in their respective fields. John Robertson, the former Nottingham Forest player, sadly passed away, aged 72, on the 25th of December 2025. The former Forest and Scotland winger is regarded as one of the best players the team has ever had and is best known for being a part of Brian Clough's team in the late 70s. John made an extraordinary contribution to the sporting heritage of this city. So on behalf of the Council, I pass on our heartfelt condolences to his family and friends. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Leader of the Council, can you please make your announcement?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is with great sadness that I report to Council today the passing of Honorary Alderman David Smith, who died on the 6th of December. David was a dedicated public servant who represented the Bestwood Ward from May 2007 until May 2019. It was a privilege to have served on this council together. David will be remembered warmly by myself, colleagues across the chamber, and by the communities for everything he did for this city. On behalf of the council, I extend my heartfelt condolences to David's family and friends at this very sad time.
Thank you. Councillor George Power, would you like to speak in tribute to David Smith?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. David represented the Bestwood Ward from the 3rd of May 2007 until the 7th of May 2019 and was appointed an honorary alderman in 2019. Whether you speak to residents, councillors, officers or party members, everyone speaks about David as a kind and thoughtful person who did the job properly. He was committed to the ward and he turned up, got involved, on occasion much to my dismay. I was elected in October 2017. Days after my election, David was one who had to break the news to me about the annual Bestwood Christmas tradition and that we were going to be elves in a wonderful elf costume rounded around Bestwood and Top Valley with Santa, who bore a striking resemblance to Honorary Alderman Brian Grocott, on a sleigh tethered to a car going up and down the hills of Bestwood. I'll let you picture what that was like. It wasn't just a quick lap, it was a tour of all the local schools, the family centre, local nurseries, the cherry trees, before finishing at the church, where we'd help Santa take photos in his grotto. So many children in Bestwood have photos of myself, David, and Santa dressed as elves. For some reason, he opted to tell me this after the election and not before or during. Residents spoke highly of David, knowing that he would do his best to get the outcome they deserved when it was difficult. He handled difficult and sometimes upsetting cases with care and respect and was always there to offer me guidance as a new councillor. Not everyone would have seen the huge difference he made because he didn't make a fuss, he just got on with it. He would do things because they were the right thing to do, not so he could tell everyone what he was doing. In the council, David served as Executive Assistant for Children's Services in 2008 and then as Executive Assistant for Environment and Climate Change between 2009 and 2011. He was also Vice Chair of the Regulatory and Appeals Committee and Vice Chair of the Licensing Committee, and at various points Chair and Vice Chair of the Bestwood and Baseford Area Committee. Whatever the role was, you know that he would do the work and he would take it seriously. Dave was very committed to his faith, and I think it's fair to say that this underpinned his socialism. He believed in fairness, in dignity, and in standing up for people. And that came through on how he spoke, how he voted, and the decisions that he made, and how he treated people. Before and alongside his time as a councillor, David spent years as a union rep in the grounds and maintenance division of the T&G union, doing this role in the same way that he did everything else, properly and for people, not for himself. The last year was particularly hard for David after the loss of his brother Paul, and that was devastating for him. I know many people here will understand what a loss like that does to a family. David was cared for with love and dedication by his family, particularly his wife Jenny and her children. Our condolences are with them, and I hope that they know how much this council appreciates the care that they gave to him. On behalf of the council, I want to pass our condolences on to Jenny, his wider family and friends, and to everyone that knew and loved David. He gave a lot to Bestwood and this council, and he will be missed. Thank you.
We will now have a minute's silence. Please take your seat. We will now move to the next agenda item, Councillor questions. There are 12 questions from councillors this afternoon. After each question, there will be an opportunity for up to 3 supplementary questions to be asked. The original questionnaire has the right to ask one of those questions. Supplementary questions must relate directly to the original question. Once the councillor given the response to the original question has finished speaking, I will ask if anyone would like to ask a supplementary question. Can I please ask councillors to wait until this point to raise your hand to indicate and not before? Councillor Spain, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Finance and Resources.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Executive Member for Finance and Resources confirm what the improved local government settlement for 26-27 will mean for Nottingham and outline progress being made by the Council on becoming financially sustainable by reducing its debt?
Councillor Eaton Radford, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Spain, for your question. Nottingham received a very welcome Christmas present from the Labour government after years of receiving nothing but a lump of coal in our fireplace stocking from the Tories. Once again, we have seen a further increase in the funding from the Labour government, even on top of last year. By way of explanation, the 26-27 budget was already forecasting a £1 million surplus. Once all the calculations are made, and there are still some yet to do, the impact of the increased funding from the Labour government will add around £7 million to that figure, giving us a much welcome Christmas bump. This is very welcome news, and it is thanks to the hard work of our Labour MPs, colleagues in this chamber, and others who have fought and campaigned tirelessly for years for this city to start getting its fair share. We are currently in the process of reviewing options for additional spend in the 26-27 budget that will benefit Nottingham and our people, because that is what this Labour government is prioritising: additional funding that benefits those that need it the most. After years of cities like Nottingham being ignored by the Tories in favour of leafy suburbs like Buckinghamshire, it is Labour who is restoring pride and opportunity to get back what was lost. Councils will have more resources available to improve the services that residents rely on and that we pride ourselves on. That's cleaner streets, community hubs and investment in youth provision. In total, by the end of this multi-year settlement, councils will see an increase of over 23% in their core spending power compared to 2024-25 to pay for services including housing and children's services. Lord Mayor, the outdated system that saw some councils favoured, seemingly based on nothing more than the colour of their political party, has been scrapped. In its place, we now have a funding model which recognises local circumstances and the true costs of providing services in deprived communities. In the coming weeks, Nottingham Labour will present a renewed budget to the Executive Board, a budget that rebuilds services and delivers for Nottingham people. That is what the people of this city elected a Labour Council to deliver, and that is what I intend to do in the coming weeks. Lord Mayor, now turning to the progress we've made in reducing council debt. Much has been made of our financial affairs. For the longest time, it's felt like fair game to anyone looking to undermine the trust and integrity of this council and kick local people in the teeth. And as we know only too well, the truth really matters to those looking to land a cheap political point. But, Lord Mayor, no more. In 2020, our general fund debt was 826 million. And let me be clear, that debt covers massive historic capital investments like the tram network, council housing construction, and other major infrastructure projects for transport and public spaces. Money well spent. But, Lord Mayor, following the council's latest debt payment, this year our general fund debt is now 292 million, a 64% reduction over the 6-year period. And what's more, colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to inform this chamber today that, like for like, Nottingham City Council is now in less debt than Nottinghamshire County Council, with the county in 177 more comparable debt than the city. 177 million, that is, not pound. This latest debt payment will also save the council money every year, which is extra money we will use to invest in the services our residents care about. I've spoken about our debt a few times in this chamber, often because, sadly, it is used as a bogeyman by councillors in the county who are trying to hoodwink and scaremonger their residents, particularly over LGR. Our debt has been described as monstrous, crippling and overwhelming, and residents in the county have been led to believe that their council tax would be hiked and their services would be slashed to pay off our debt. Absolute, utter and complete nonsense. And to suggest otherwise, now that we are in less debt than the county, wouldn't just be wholly inaccurate, but an outright lie. And I will be making sure the usual suspects in the county are fully informed of this development. And I would hope that the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Jones, passes the good news to her comrades in Boxtow. As the alliance there, I will, I'm sure, welcome this latest development. Far and above anyone else, it is the Boxtow Alliance that have peddled untruths and engaged in overt scaremongering when it comes to council debt, often contrary to their supposed socialist principles and often sounding like the Tories back in 2010. And I would hope Councillor Rule may have a quiet word with his old friends in the Tory party, Councillor Smith and Councillor Neil Clark. As they too have been most agitated by city debt. I hope they can now breathe a sigh of relief to hear that the city stands ready to bail out the county after LGR, following 5 years of the Tories at County Hall plugging budget shortfalls with reserves. I hope all groups in this chamber welcome this news for what it is, a win for the taxpayer, a win for service users, and definitive proof that most of the rubbish that gets flung at this city is just that, rubbish. For far too long, this city has been an easy target. But to be absolutely clear to colleagues in this chamber and those watching online, those days are a thing of the past. Over the summer, Councillor Smith, the Tory leader at the County Council, called the City Council a sinking ship. Council debt slashed by almost 2/3 in 6 years, a balanced budget that doesn't rely on EFS or reserves, no cuts to frontline services, no job cuts, and millions invested in frontline services, with more to come now thanks to the Labour government. If that's a sinking ship, I dread to think what that says about the financial management of the county. And I would actually go so far as to say that when it does come to delivering on LGR, it won't be the county bailing out the city, it will be the city bailing out the county. As I've said before, the truth matters, whether it's about the council's debt, Labour's record in power here in Nottingham. I refuse to allow anyone to lay untruths at this city's door. So, Lord Mayor, to those still clinging desperately to the tired old narrative of a bankrupt city adrift at sea, I say this: Nottingham is not sinking. It's been quietly patching the hull, repairing the damage of Tory austerity, and now it is charting a more confident course as Labour leads Nottingham forward. This city is no longer the punchline in someone else's story. It's writing its own, with Nottingham people firmly at the heart of it. And if anyone still wants to shout, sinking ship from the shoreline, they may soon find the city sailing past them a lifeboat. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Will anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Roux, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My understanding from certain quarters is believed our settlement amounts to in excess of over £150 million over the next 3 years. Can the executive member outline how much of this is likely to be absorbed by statutory services, given a number of the ring-fence grants previously available for the same appear to have been amalgamated within the main revenue support grant?
Councillor Etin Radford, please, can you respond?
I believe overall call spending power has increased. I don't know off the top of my head the particulars around the pots, but what I will do is get back to you with the specifics on that because I don't want to misquote my officers.
Councillor Clark, I'd like to ask your supplementary. He raised his hand.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Does the debt figure quoted include outstanding PFI debts?
Councillor Etin Radford, please, can you respond?
I don't believe so, but I don't want to misquote my officers, so I'll get back to you on that.
Question 2. Question 2. Audrey Dinell, please, can you please ask your question to the Executive Member for Regional Development, Growth and Transport.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In 2023, Nottingham Labour promised in its manifesto to improve the condition of Nottingham's road network, filling 40,000 potholes, resurfacing 100 roads and improving 50 pavements. Could the Executive Member of Regional Development, Growth and Transport please provide an update on how many potholes, resurfacing and pavement improvements the Council has carried out since May 2023?
Councillor Linda Woodins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Dinell for your question. I'm delighted to say that 2.5 years into our 4-year term of office, the Council has substantially met the manifesto commitments that we made as Labour in 2023 to improve both roads and pavements across the city. As far as the commitment to fill 40,000 potholes, I can tell you that in October last year we had already filled 37,025 potholes, and so we are well on track to repair the 40,000 over the 4-year period. However, I would say that those numbers only reflect reactive repairs. They don't count the numerous additional potholes that were addressed through planned maintenance schemes over the same period. So the figure is likely to be more than that, but where you resurface a whole road, that just gets counted as a resurfaced road rather than potholes refilled. As far as resurfacing 100 roads, up to October, we had already resurfaced 244 roads across the city, 144 more than the targets, with 15 months left until the end of the 4-year planned term of office. And again, that's been successfully exceeded by working on actually relaying roads as part of the Streets for People programme and our existing planned maintenance schemes that are part of council funding. So Streets for People has been massively successful, and it has prioritised each year the 10 worst roads and pavements in every ward across the city, and also kept some back to do roads where they're actually cross-boundary. One side of the road's in one ward and one side of the road is on another. On resurfacing 50 footpaths, again, up to October, we had resurfaced 54 footpaths. So again, that target has already been exceeded. So what the council does now is our actual number of repaired potholes is falling year on year because of the fact that we're doing higher quality repairs and higher quality road surfacing as well. So our recent highway repairs have surpassed the set targets, and that's a testament to the strategic allocation of funding and diligent work by our highways team. We have now improved surfaces that benefit both residents and road users as well. I should caveat by saying that the freeze and thaw that you get every winter will no doubt create damage to road surfaces. That is science. That is the nature of ice, expands and shrinks as the weather changes at this time of year. And I would just urge citizens to use the online reporting tool to let us know as soon as possible where damage has occurred so that we can get out and repair those as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? We move on to the third question. Councillor Williams is not in the chambers today, so I will ask the question. Could the leader update Council on progress at Sherwood Library, including the use of the mobile library in Sherwood since it began on 15 December 2025? Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank Councillor Williams, who's unfortunately not here, for her question. Since the last update to Council, further progress has been made on Sherwood Library, and we remain on track for a spring opening. Hockley Development have completed their outstanding work, and we currently have contractors on site fitting out the library. This involves installing IT and library systems, fitting out shelving, signage, equipment, and stock. Items are already being moved into the building. As the fit-out continues, a mobile library service began operating in Sherwood on the 13th of December. It currently runs on Saturdays from Woodthorpe Grange Park, and we're working closely with ward councillors to look at possible additional locations to improve local access. I visited the mobile library on the Saturday, the 13th of December, and spoke directly to library users. The feedback was overall positive, but people were also very clear. They wanted their permanent library to open as soon as possible. I assured them that this remains our top priority. Use of the mobile library has been encouraging so far, around 50 visits on the 13th of December and around 60 visits on the 20th. The planned visit last Saturday was cancelled due to poor weather. But to avoid disappointment, I would ask users to check the Council's website for the latest information on mobile library locations and to confirm whether the service is running during periods of severe weather. Our focus now is clear: to complete the fit-out works and reopen Sherwood Library this spring.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Clark, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the leader provide the rationale for the site of the mobile library, which I understand is currently practically in Gedling? And would it not have been better suited to a more central location, such as the car park behind the existing site, where it could have been better served for the residents of Sherwood?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Clark, for your question. We did look at the site, but actually it's construction, there's building works happening there, so it wasn't deemed to be safe. The mobile library has a ramp for disabled users, and unfortunately for that, you don't have the space there. So because we obviously operate the car park from that site, so we were able to make sure there was a safe space for a location to put that in, because one you don't want to happen is you take the mobile library there and then there's no parking for it to be able to park, and then that would be a waste journey. And one thing we have to do as a council is wherever we're going to place it and we're looking at locations, we have to do a health and safety, a risk assessment done on the location. So we're actually working on a few locations to make sure that happens. So it was just finding, first of all, we wanted to open it as soon as possible, because I know from the feedback when we've had with the conversations from the people of Sherwood, they wanted the library provision. Unfortunately, we can't speed up the one at the new Sherwood Library itself. So we've obviously invested money into having the mobile library from the county.
Thank you. Councillor Patel, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Since the leader has got no firm dates and she's mentioned about the spring opening, as we're aware that since the library is closed in Sherwood, the children have missed out on the summer reading challenge. Will she able to commit that this year the children will be able to access the reading challenge through the permanent Sherwood library and also share a firm date when she has one? Thank you.
Councillor Nega Khan, please can you respond?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Patel, for your question. We're in regular dialogue with yourself and Councillor Adele Williams as well about library and when's it opening. Obviously, I've said the fit out is going ahead. Until the permanent library doesn't open, the mobile library will continue to run. So we'll make that would hopefully reassure you that you would have the summer reading challenge. But my hope is that we can get this library, like I've said, by spring this year, the new Sherwood Library will be open. Fingers crossed for everything goes according to plan. But yes, definitely when it is ready to open, that's one of the most questions I've had in this chamber, and I get lots of emails about, so I will be the one chatting from the rooftops about when it is actually opening.
Thank you. Fourth question. Councillor Patel, please ask your question to Executive Member for Children, Young People and Education.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given Nottingham's commitment in becoming a child-friendly city, what actions is being taken by the Council to protect children's health and improve air quality?
Councillor Bernard, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Patel, for your question. Improving children's health and life outcomes is at the heart of the work we do and is being supported by this Labour government's focus on children being able to grow and thrive that underpins planned legislation and their child poverty strategy. Nottingham City Health and Wellbeing Board has identified a priority focus on early years and ensuring the best start in life. The Best Start strategy includes a shared partnership plan to reduce the inequalities affecting expectant parents, babies and children under the age of 5 in Nottingham, ambitions to reduce unfair differences and to support families through pre-conception, pregnancy and parenthood. And partners contribute collectively to the delivery of health services for the 0 to 19-year-olds that recognises the importance of early intervention and prevention. Our Children's Public Health Integrated Service commissions a 0 to 19 years Children's Public Health Integrated Services delivered by City Care that provides universal and targeted support to all children and young people aged 0 to 19 living in Nottingham City. This includes vaccinations, developmental reviews, home safety advice and safeguarding assessments, and ensures a consistent and preventative approach to supporting children and families. In relation to air quality, Nottingham City Council is a signatory to the 10-year air quality strategy for Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. The annual status reports for local air quality monitoring are reviewed by Nottingham City Council's Director of Public Health to confirm that they meet the statutory requirements and the recommendations are in accord with the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire air quality strategy. The Council's strategy and action on climate change and public transport have done the following: cut carbon dioxide emissions by 57.7% in the last 15 years, more than any other core city in the country. We have one of the largest all-electric park and ride fleets in the UK. We have a pedestrianised clear zone that's been created in the city centre to remove through traffic and improve the environment. Labour ward councillors have conducted anti-idling campaigns at key locations in their wards, asking drivers to turn off their engines whilst waiting for lights or level crossings. And we encourage parents to walk their children to school as it is healthier and reduces emissions.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Patel, will you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, the portfolio holder, for the response. Would the portfolio holder join me in thanking Mums for Lungs and our local group in Sherwood, Hayden Primary School Mums for Lungs, on their work for cleaner air to protect children's health, and will she commit to work with them in the future to tackle this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bernard, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to add my heartfelt thanks to Hayden Primary School Mums for Lungs for their focus and hard work in campaigning for improved air quality. The Council recognises that it's necessary to go further and reduce emissions from a range of sources that generate particles and nitrogen dioxide that adversely affect health. I'd welcome the opportunity to join them in an anti-idling session near their local school, which is Hayden Primary. So I'd welcome that if Councillor Patel could organise it.
Thank you. Fifth question. Councillor Ayola, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Housing and Planning.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Executive Member for Housing and Planning tell the Council how many social homes have been built since 2023? Thank you.
Councillor J. Hayes, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Ayola for your question. I'm pleased to announce since May 2023, this Council, Nottingham has seen 633 new social homes completed in this city. This number increased to 682 if we add the houses that we have acquired through the acquisitions programme. There are 282 homes currently on site with a future pipeline of 320 homes. All these homes are either council or through our resident provider partners. These homes are supported by this Labour government. We're using the £10.5 million of right to buy receipts that we got from the government in Clifton for the Lawrence Chambers Lodge and the United Reformed sites. Money the Conservative government were happy to take office. The changes to right to buy funds have allowed Nottingham City Council to start developing a future pipeline of social house building, and we'll be working closely with Homes England to strengthen that pipeline in the coming years. This Labour Council, this Labour group, we are committed to continuing building safe, green and affordable houses for Nottingham residents, delivering and working towards the government's plan of building 1.5 million new homes in this Parliament and finally putting an end to the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Mellon, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I thank the portfolio holder for that encouraging answer? But I think all of us around this chamber would experience constituents who've come to us with housing needs, either for overcrowding or for people in temporary accommodation, particularly children. I just want to ask what the progress is with taking children, particularly out of temporary accommodation. So what was the figure at Christmas in last year?
Councillor J. Hayes, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Mellon, for your question. You're absolutely right. We are prioritising getting families out of temporary accommodation, certainly hotel and B&Bs. I'm pleased to announce that since Goose Fair, we've had no families in hotel and B&B over 6 weeks. And this Christmas, for the first time in 4 years, and I believe we're the first major city in the country to have no children or families in hotel and B&B over Christmas.
Councillor Clark, would you like to ask your supplementary question? Oh, no, okay. It was Clark. Yeah. Councillor Rue, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Executive Member confirm that all properties built have now been fully allocated to those residents on the housing waiting list and that none are currently void?
Councillor J. Hayes, please, can you respond?
Yes, I can confirm that. What we do is, once the houses are near completion, we allocate that house to somebody on the waiting list, so there is no point of them being void.
Thank you. Councillor Kirsty L. Jones, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I obviously welcome the building of social homes and they're really essential, but recent news reports have shown that the council cut-in provision that's for supported accommodation through their accommodation strategy has led to really tragic stories. For example, the closure of NCHA supported accommodation, which are obviously single people with additional needs from severe and multiple disadvantage are a high proportion of homelessness cases too. So does the executive member agree that we should be providing supported accommodation too?
Councillor Jahis, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor James, for your question. So we do provide supported accommodation to all those that need it. We work very closely with our adult social care colleagues. You may be referring to the extra care service, but we do have independent living schemes for our elderly residents and our disabled residents who are able to qualify them. We have done a review because we want to get the best use of our housing stock, and only by doing reviews and making the best use of our housing stock allows us to get families out of hotels and B&B. So that's where our priority is, and I know all my colleagues on the executive will continue to support those that need the support.
Thank you. The sixth question. Councillor Clark, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Finance and Resources.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In light of the favourable government settlement, will the Executive Member take the opportunity to reassure the hard-pressed council taxpayers of Nottingham that this will be the first year in over a decade that they will not have to bear a maximum increase in council tax?
Councillor Etienne Radford, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for your question. I agree with you. This Labour government has indeed given us a favourable settlement, following which I am reviewing all considerations in relation to council tax and will be making a recommendation in due course. I will not make the same mistake Reform has made in other parts of the country, making empty promises to not raise council tax by the maximum of 5% during the elections, only to break that promise when elected into office. In Derbyshire, Reform promised not to increase council tax by 5%, only recently to announce that they are. And there is now a total of 4 councils led by Reform where they have proposed the maximum 5% increase, with 3 other Reform councils refusing to rule it out. This is despite Reform nationally and locally promising to cut council tax, let alone keep increases below the 5% cap. Clearly, Reform are finding out the reality of what it means to deliver on your promises. In many of the councils Reform now run, they sent in their own knockoff versions of Doge, a cheap imitation of Elon Musk's exercise in the US, making bold promises to scrap EDI, net zero schemes, and woke madness. You have Reform's Lincolnshire Mayor, Andrea Jenkins, whose website proclaims an end to net zero mandates, while also wanting to invest in nuclear and hydrogen, which is, ironically, a key component of the net zero agenda. Reform's Doge went into one council, boldly promising to make millions in savings, and what was their conclusion? Raise council tax. That hasn't stopped Reform in places like Warwickshire, trying to make some savings despite this though, making changes to their home-to-school travel policies for young people, adding a few miles onto their journey to school before they qualify for support from the council. What Reform didn't realise during the elections last year is that in most councils, after 14 years of Tory underfunding, there isn't much left to go at. Many councils like us were forced close to the brink by the Tories, and let's not forget that the Tories boasted about doing it. The image Reform painted the public of EDI schemes gone mad, of hundreds of millions of pounds poured into net zero schemes, and of money wasted on woke agendas was nothing more than a fantasy. So it doesn't surprise me that many of these Reform-led councils have now broken their election promises and are now proposing council tax increases of 5%. Unlike Reform, I am not going to sign a cheque this council can't cash, and I'm not going to make promises to the Nottingham taxpayer that I'm not 100% certain I can deliver for them. People in Nottingham work damn hard for their living, and the decision to place the maximum 5% council tax burden on them cannot be taken lightly, and I will not take it lightly. And unlike Reform, Labour will not give false hope by making empty promises. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Harris, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you. I'm going to test the Deputy Leader now and see if he's been keeping his keen eye on the recent news out of fellow Midlands Council, Worcestershire County Council.
Councillor Etienne Radford, please, can you respond?
I hope I pass this with flying colours. Worcestershire County Council has reportedly applied to government for permission to potentially increase council tax by up to 10%, well over the current limit. I am happy to confirm to this chamber that this Labour Council is not considering and is nowhere near considering anything close to a 10% increase.
Councillor Rain, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I was going to mention something about conform, but I won't. Would the Deputy Leader agree with me that if the proposals we put through for LGR go through, despite the fact council tax is regressive and needs reforming, and once the city is reflected better in terms of its boundaries, our council tax receipts will be a lot better, a lot fairer, it'll be a lot better for the city. And this is a move, obviously, that was opposed vigorously by our friends in the Broxtowe Nationalists and everywhere else. Thank you.
Councillor Etienne Radford, please, can you respond?
I would agree with Councillor Rain, and I'd make the point I made earlier. I think in the next 12 months, this council is going to be in a much stronger position when you compare it to the county council. We've put forward a strong, bold vision for local government reorganisation that isn't just about scaremongering people and making them fearful about what the outcome is going to be. And ultimately, this council wants to put forward a vision to people who live in the city and the county that says, things could be better, we can make them better, let's get on with it, rather than just sniping from the sidelines like some in Broxtowe are doing.
Question 7, Councillor Andrew Rule. Please ask your question to the Executive Member for Neighbourhoods, Waste and Equalities.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following our exchange at the last Scrutiny Committee meeting and disturbances over the Christmas period at Winter Wonderland, can the Executive Member outline what progress has been made in implementing a public space protection order to restrict the use of e-bikes and e-scooters in Market Square, especially when events with high pedestrian footfall are being held there?
Councillor Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Rule, for the question. Following the last scrutiny meeting, the implementation of the PSPO, we all recognise the challenges here, and there is a real effort of all partners to work together on this. We have visibility of our red jackets, I've been dying to say that, our security staff, the SIAs, as well as the NSOs, maintaining high visibility in the city centre, along with the police. During November and December, 31 e-bike /scooters were seized. Discussions are in place, and we will be feeding back to scrutiny on the potential banning of the use of e-bikes /scooters in the city centre, particularly during large events. We are seeking the input and the judgment of our legal team when looking to tighten the PSPO, but I can state effective partnership is crucial in this, and updates will be provided at the next scrutiny meeting.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Rule, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I get a commitment from the Executive Member that further robust action will be in place by the time the beach starts in the summer?
Councillor Jenkins, please, can you respond?
As I've said, Councillor Rule, we are working with our legal team to see how we can tighten the PSPO. But what I will say, through the partnership working that we have in place with the police, the Red Jackets and the SIAs, plus our neighbourhood safety team, our commitment is to make people of Nottingham feel safe, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that's done.
Councillor Kosonis, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and well pronounced as well. So can I ask, obviously, if the portfolio holder welcomes, as much as I do, the work that's being done by our Parliamentary Labour Party on the work, obviously, of the Crime and Policing Bill, and the extra powers that's going to give us as an instrument to enforce against the illicit use of e-scooters, especially when it comes to private e-scooters that at the moment are not insured and they're a danger. Thank you.
Councillor Jenkins, please, can you respond?
I can say, Councillor Cox, on this, that the Labour government is seeking to bring in new laws. There is information that's on their website, but it will be going out to consultation, so there is move by the Labour Party to address this.
Councillor Woodins, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the executive member like to join me in congratulating Nottinghamshire Police on the effectiveness of Operation Listing, which ran from the 16th of November right through to the end of Christmas and New Year, where 201 arrests were made, including the seizing of 31 illegal e-bikes, and also congratulate our Labour Police and Crime Commissioner, Gary Godden, and the Deputy Labour Police and Crime Commissioner, Councillor Angela Candola, for the advertising that they did in the run-up to Christmas to encourage parents not to buy illegal e-scooters for their children in the run-up to Christmas. Thank you.
Councillor Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Woodins, for bringing this, this supplementary question. I think it's absolutely important to say that the effectiveness of partnership working has done work very well within the city centre. And I'd like to also thank our Police and Crime Commissioner and Deputy Crime Commissioner for all the work they've done in joining together with us to make sure the streets of Nottingham are safe.
Question 8, Councillor Kirsty L. Jones, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Finance and Resources.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Outlined in the recent report to Executive Board on the decommissioning of Extracare, no formal governance record was available regarding the timing and documentation of the decision not to award the contract. Can the Executive Member outline how many other significant decisions by the Council avoid governance recording and therefore cannot be identified by councillors and the public?
Councillor Etienne Radford, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jones, for your question. On the matter of Extracare, I would refer Councillor Jones to the response given by Councillor Kelsey earlier. The Council's constitution sets out how decisions are taken and by whom, and the arrangements for the access to information about decision-making. This includes which records of decisions are published and the information that will be included in those records. The Constitution is agreed by full Council and published on the Council's website. All decisions should be taken and recorded in line with these arrangements, but in line with these arrangements does not mean that all records of decisions will be published. Hundreds of decisions are taken across the Council every day. The vast majority of these are operational decisions taken by officers under the delegated authority to implement policy and deliver services in accordance with the policy framework agreed by councillors. It would not be practical or appropriate to publish all of these decisions, and how these decisions are recorded and made available to others varies depending on the nature of the decision. For example, records of decisions about planning applications are dealt with differently to decisions about support for children in the Council's care. The Constitution sets out who can take more significant decisions, those which change policy or budget or have a significant financial value, and this includes the ability of decision makers to delegate authority to others. The most significant decisions, those with a financial value of over 750,000, are usually taken by an executive committee, and the Council publishes notice of the intention to take those decisions in advance, and record of the decisions are published on the Council's website. Regarding governance, let me assure Councillor Jones, this Council takes governance seriously. Indeed, some of the causes behind government intervention wasn't just finance, but governance and decision-making. Significant progress has been made in shaping the Council's future direction and strengthening how we monitor and manage our performance through a performance framework, and our strategic statement of intent, approved in August 2024, laid the foundation for the new Council plan. The delivery framework is now in place, supported by a refreshed performance management system, an in-year delivery plan, and regular reporting published via the Exec Board. Improving governance has been and will continue to be a central component of our improvement plan. But let's talk about governance, because I firmly reject any suggestion that the Council plays fast and loose when it comes to this. We all have a role to play when it comes to governance, and the opposition group is included. Sadly, despite bold claims about the desire to scrutinise decisions, in November alone there was no Alliance representation at any scrutiny meeting. Councillor Jones gave her apologies in the correct way, in line with governance, so she alone stands apart from her colleagues. However, for health scrutiny on the 20th, Councillor Salim, no apologies given. For corporate scrutiny on the 26th, Councillor Jalil, no apologies given. For audit on the 28th, Councillor Salim, no apologies given. Didn't even bother to submit their apologies to Constitutional Services. Well, that's not good governance, is it? Even when Alliance councillors do turn up, it doesn't get any better, as we saw when the budget went to corporate scrutiny in December. A budget with hundreds of millions of pounds of taxpayers' money being allocated. The final chance to scrutinise the budget, with myself, the leader, the chief exec and the section 151 present for the whole morning to answer any question, listen to any comment, hear any recommendation. And what did the Alliance have to say about it? Nothing. While making a single contribution on the section about the feedback from the budget consultation, the Alliance Councillor, Councillor Jalil, did not ask a single question, make a single comment or offer scrutiny of any kind during the item on the budget and declined the opportunity to suggest any recommendations from the committee. I have no doubt there will be budget amendments from the Alliance when the time comes, but I find it deeply disappointing and frankly disingenuous that when the time came to scrutinise the budget, the Alliance had absolutely nothing to say. Even more disingenuous is abdicating that duty and right to scrutinise while claiming to have opportunities to scrutinise curtailed. Councillor Jones is right. The Alliance is having their scrutiny curtailed. By them, though, not by us. Councillor Jones herself was present at the leaders' meeting before Christmas with herself and Councillor Clark and had the opportunity to scrutinise anything she wanted, anything at all, with myself and the leader. Did she scrutinise extra care there? No. Did she scrutinise community centres there? No. Did she scrutinise the settlement there? No. Did she scrutinise the budget there? No. Even on the matter of extra care, Councillor Jones had the opportunity to call this into scrutiny. Did she? No. Councillor Jones has made much of the issue of scrutiny at Executive Board, despite knowing that that is not what the purpose of the board is. But yet, when it comes to exercising the existing rights the Alliance are afforded in the Constitution to scrutinise, the Alliance chooses not to exercise them. It's like when a child sulks because they can't play with a toy despite already having a box full of toys to play with. So how does it work then? Does scrutiny only count when the Alliance have an audience to play to, and it doesn't count when there's no audience to watch? It shouldn't be much to expect the opposition group to live up to its bold claims about scrutiny by actually turning up to scrutiny meetings, by actually scrutinising when they do turn up, and overall starts doing the job of an opposition group rather than playing performative games that don't make a single bit of difference to the lives of the people we were elected to represent. As the leader of the new opposition group, I hope Councillor Jones has a plan to address these failings, because frankly such an irresponsible approach to scrutiny from the opposition group presents a serious risk to the Council's scrutiny function and overall approach to governance. So stop playing games and do something, anything.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Kirsty L. Jones, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's quite annoying because I don't think my original question was answered, really. So you quoted the Constitution saying that, like, some decisions are not reported. But this was a decision that was made at a previous committee in Council. It was made at the Commission and Procurement Committee. So to undo that decision is really important. In terms of recognising the governance and the publicity. The Executive Board terms of reference state that with the agreement of the leader, non-executive councillors may address Executive Boards on matters specifically relevant to their ward. Given that extra care provision was decommissioned in multiple wards, including 2 represented by Nottingham People's Alliance councillors, and given the media reporting, why were the ward councillors not invited?
Councillor Ethan Jones, please. Councillor Ethan Radford, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Jones, your original question was answered, not just by me, but by Councillor Kelsey and at the Executive Board meeting itself. And I would say that asking the same question multiple times over will not get you a different answer.
Thank you. Question 9. Councillor A.J. Masuku, please ask your question to the Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Leader outline what the Council mean by the promise that the community centres will be handed over in reasonable repair?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I thank Councillor Matsiko for his question. And may I also congratulate Councillor Matsiko on his recent marriage. When we say that community centres will be handed over in reasonable repair, we mean something very clear and very practical. It means that buildings will be in safe, compliant and fit for use from day one, following inspections by officers and a review of repair requests submitted by community associations, the Council is developing a one-off capital investment focused on essential health and safety works. Because of the improved financial position and with additional funding expected from government, we are now able to commit more than £1 million to carry out these health and safety repairs. This means that when community associations take on these buildings, they will not be burdened with immediate repair costs and can instead focus on running the centres, strengthening services and putting in bids to secure their long-term future. This work will be carried out in engagement with the associations and may be supported by an independent specialist to ensure the investment is fair, proportionate and represents best value, subject, of course, to the lease agreements being in place. This approach is about enabling and empowering our community associations, giving them the confidence, the ability and tools they need to take control of their buildings and hold their own destiny in their own hands. This is what we mean by reasonable repair.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Masuko, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Leader Councillor Khan for congratulatory for my wedding. It is good that we can still have respect for each other in this chamber, and I hope that carries on with others. But going to scrutiny, from a few of the meetings that have been held with the community centres, councillors have been prevented on turning up and being able to help and accompany their community centre members within their wards. What measures are you going to be taking to address this so that community members feel that within the wards of their councillors that they're able to bring the council along to make sure that they are supported fully by the council? Thank you.
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Matsiko, for the supplementary question. We recently had a scrutiny committee meeting where we had a really positive kind of conversations about the fantastic work that's happening between property and the community centre team, and Councillor Jenkins would accompany me to that meeting, and we discussed it, and afterwards we had a conversation with a community association. I am actually going out to have discussions with individual community associations about their leases. We did have a public meeting, which you're referring to, with the associations, and that meeting was to hear the concerns from the associations, not get caught up in councillors, because I'm here 5 days a week, you know, working 60 hours, so if a councillor's got any concerns, you can approach me. I have an open door policy. What we don't want to be doing is playing out politics in front of groups and actually wasting time, where I want to hear what their direct concerns are. When we talk about a lease negotiations, if an association would like a councillor to attend on their one-to-one sessions, which they have every Wednesday, I've got no problems councillors going with that. But what we can't do is get conflicted on what the argument is. We're elected councillors to represent this council, and what you can't do is try to be blamed, you know, signing up to a contract and trying to do both things. But we've got nothing to hide here, and like I said, this is now about putting investments in. I've spoken earlier about LGR. Once local government reorganisation happens, whatever the three options that go forward, what will happen is there'll be another review happening. And somebody could decide, whoever runs the new authority could decide, actually, we've got too many, let's reduce them, and suddenly there could be closures. What we want to do before LGR actually takes place is find a solution that puts, you know, we're talking about leases to community associations for the next 25 years. So whenever LGR happens, if it happens by 2028, they're not caught up in this cost-saving exercise, because that's what will happen. Assets will be reviewed and everything will be looked at. So just, that is my concern. So if we can control something where the asset will remain open, we're asking associations what training, what kind of tools, what do they need that can actually sustain them going forward, and that is our key aim, to keep our associations, keep our community centres open and actually get them going from strength to strength.
Councillor Edwards, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Would the leader acknowledge that Councillor Regan and I have been talking for some time with yourself and other colleagues about our aspirations for Queen's Walk Community Centre, which you recognise that we all know we've had problems with more than one opinion being expressed on behalf of Queen's Walk Community Centre Association. But you also acknowledged that in a public meeting where over 100 people turned up to demonstrate their concerns over a potential closure to Queen's Walk Community Centre, that there is a genuine and real concern on behalf of the people that use the centre, and which you continue to work with them and us in seeking a proper and secure future for the centre as a community centre. Thank you.
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Edwards, for the supplementary question. Yes, I've been in lots of dialogues with yourselves and Councillor Eunice Regan about your Queen's Walk Community Centre, as I have been talking to other Labour councillors. Unfortunately, I'm not sure why the opposition councillors would choose to discuss it with me here and not discuss it in private, because for me, if there's a problem, we need to, every problem has a solution. Sometimes you can find a quick solution to a problem, sometimes it takes longer. What we want to do is, even the lease negotiations we're currently working on aren't a one solution that fits all. We're working on individually, case by case, to look at what the issues are, what the investment needs are, and actually who will work with these to make sure that they're actually able to flourish going forward. So yes, I'm open to work with everyone to come up with a solution and not just giving me problems about we can't do it for X, Y, and Z. And you know, I've got, for example, in these kind of discussions, what's being brought up to me, a door is loose. Can you come and fix that? And I'm like, come on, I'm sure you can tighten a little screw here and there. Let's be reasonable about what we're trying to say, what you need support on. Health and safety, yes, and stuff that stops you, because if we're giving you an asset to rent for the next 25 years, you're expected to make money from that to then to be able to put it back into the system. It's not a case of, well, we're not got no asset to rent out and we're expected to, you know, feel that kind of burden of cost. So we just need to work, and sometimes it is about making sure if it costs you £25 an hour to run that, to open that centre to give a room rental, then you're not charging £10, because guess what, you're going to find yourself with a gap. You've got to work out what your costs are, and we're happy to, you know, if that's the training that associations need in the community centre, we're happy to provide that. But you need to know what your actual cost is and make sure you can cover your costs, and if that is additional cleaners and stuff, you've got to incorporate that cost in there. So happy to work with anyone to make sure that no community centre closes in these proposals.
Councillor Kudus, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
I'm delighted to hear that there's going to be an investment in the community centres estate across the city before associations sign on the dotted line for a lease that I think is being suggested at 3 years. Can the leader of the council assure the chamber that the Marcus Garvey Centre is part of that investment of £1 million to repair and keep in working order the Marcus Garvey Centre, which is a huge asset to our African Caribbean community across the city?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Kudus, for your supplementary question. So that million we're talking about only incorporates 22 of the community associations we're dealing with right now. That doesn't include Marcus Garvey, because that might be £1 million on its own. So this is just looking at, so we've talked about at scrutiny and other meetings, we've got 36 community centres across the city, and they're in phases. So these ones that are in a lease or a contract at the moment, we're negotiating with the 22. So this will be about £1 million potentially putting into that, and there might be additional ask as other community centres come out of their leases to look at how we work with that. And it's like I said, it's a negotiation. So I don't want to mix Marcus Garvey within the community centres, because it's a property issue, and it will need to be addressed. And we are having conversations with Marcus Garvey Centre, but not in these rounds, because this is totally different within that. These are a community centre, and that is a property issue that we're dealing with separately.
Thank you. Question 10. Councillor Imran Jalil, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Neighbourhoods, Waste and Equalities.
Thank you very much, everybody. First of all, I'd like to wish everybody Happy New Year, and thank you very much. My question is, can the Executive Member explain how Nottingham City Council ensures transparency, fairness and evidence-based decision-making when allocating funding to youth and community services, particularly at a time when antisocial behaviour is increasing and frontline provision is being reduced in many wards. Thank you.
Councillor Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jehill, for the question. In response, I'm going to have to follow on from Councillor Radford in response to his question 8. The process of examining the question you have raised lies within the scrutiny structures of the Council, and you sit on that panel. I also understand that you did not attend the November meeting or register your apology. However, you did attend the December meeting but failed to ask these important scrutiny questions there that you're bringing today. So I would state that full council is not a substitute for the function of scrutiny. So, as we rely on tangible and measurable outcomes, as a council, the process has to be transparent, it has to be fair and evidence-based. Information relating to funding is recorded for good governance purposes. Scrutiny performs the role of check and balances, offering oversight and ensuring good governance of the process is followed. So, completely, governance is taken really seriously. But for completion, the entire process from application to interview and awards are detailed on all the web pages, and you will also see the number of different partners that took place in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Jalil, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you very much for that. Given the growing concerns from residents about the loss of effective youth provision, will the Council commit to an independent review of how youth and community services funding is commissioned, monitored and evaluated to ensure public money delivery really impacts rather than paperwork?
Councillor Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Jehill. I mean, we've not had... Jalil, sorry. We've not had youth and community services now for about 15 years, and that does come under children's services. So what I will do is give an undertaking to work with children's services on this. Thank you.
Councillor Reagan, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Is the portfolio holder aware that the Meadows Youth Club has a real opportunity to provide for young people and to the ideas of the public, the opportunity to play football, basketball, climb a rock face, dance, play pool, use fitness equipment, make pottery and use a kitchen. And with the help of the council support and diversity education, the drive to support this with a possible starting point of half-term in February, quick steps need to be made to make it happen. Thank you.
Councillor Jenkins, please, can you respond?
Thank you for your question, your supplementary question. What I propose that we do, the community services will work in conjunction with children's services, who obviously youth service, and come back to you on that. Thank you.
Question 11. Councillor Anwar Khan, please ask your question to the Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In light of the recent fatal stabbing of a 20-year-old young man in my ward, can the Leader explain what immediate and long-term preventative measures the Council has in place to protect young people from serious youth violence and to prevent such tragedies from happening again? Thank you.
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and can I thank Councillor Anwar Khan for raising this question. Can I start by saying this? The death of a young man in our city is a tragedy. It is devastating for his family, his friends, and the wider community. And it is a reminder, a painful one, that knife crime continues to cost lives in Nottingham. Let me be absolutely clear, one knife incident is one too many. No one should be carrying a knife ever. We have lost too many young people in this city to knife crime, and it has to stop. Lord Mayor, this council takes this issue seriously, but we are also honest about it. The council alone cannot solve serious youth violence. This is not something any single organisation can fix on its own. It requires partnership, it requires communities, it requires schools, health services, the police, and yes, parents and families also have a role to play. We all need to work together, and we all need to send the same message. Carrying a knife puts lives at risk, including your own. That is why Nottingham has taken a public health approach to violence reduction. We work closely with the Police and Crime Commissioner, Nottinghamshire Police, health partners, and the voluntary sector through our Violence Reduction Partnership. Through that partnership, over £1 million every year is invested in prevention, early intervention and support, focusing on stopping violence before it happens, challenging harmful social norms, and intervening early when with those most at risk. This includes targeted youth work, support for families, mental health and early help services, and creating real pathways into education, training and employment. Because prevention is about hope and opportunity, not just enforcement. Immediately following this tragic incident, the council worked closely with the police and community safety partners to increase reassurance patrols, provide youth outreach, and ensure support was available to young people and residents who felt unsafe or distressed. We also continue to invest in keeping our city safe. Nottingham remains a purple flag city with extensive CCTV coverage monitored 24/7 at the Nottingham Control Centre directly linked to the police. Through Safer Streets funding, over 300,000 has been invested in new and upgraded CCTV in the last 2 years alone. Looking to the long term, Nottingham has been selected as one of just 8 local authorities nationally to pilot Young Futures hubs and youth transformation work. This is about stopping young people being drawn into crime in the first place, and it sits within a national mission to halve knife crime over the next decade. We are also developing a joint strategic needs assessment on young people, so our approach is grounded in evidence, local data, and what actually works. Lord Mayor, let me be clear about one final point. This cannot become a political football. This is about lives. Every one of us in this chamber has a responsibility to send a clear, united message to our communities and our young people. Knives destroy lives, and together we must not accept that as the future of Nottingham. This council remains absolutely committed to prevention, partnership and protecting our young people, and I ask all members in this chamber to work together to help get that message out. But I want to just reassure you, this isn't just a Nottingham issue. This is happening across the country. As being a core city, it happens more you see more knife crime in the city. So what we need to do is work together and actually eliminate all knife crime.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? Councillor Anwar Khan, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given that young man was known to the services, what lessons has the council learned regarding early intervention and youth provision and safeguarding? And how will those lessons be acted upon urgently?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Anwar Khan, for the supplementary. As this obviously is still going through the courts, I don't want to actually speak about it here, but I'm happy to discuss this separately with you and obviously go through the details. But I think you've got to understand if a tragedy like this happens, we do make sure there's always learning, and with our community safety partnership boards, we make sure we have these discussions. But if you want to have a further discussion, I'm more than happy to have that, but outside of this chamber.
Councillor Rue, would you like to ask your supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Does the leader agree with me that the board she's just referenced could take some learning from Merseyside Police, who implemented knife detection archers, weapon sweeps and a judicious use of stop and search in order to safeguard their city centre and surrounding areas during the festive period, which resulted in a reduction in knife-related incident numbers compared to this time last year?
Councillor Nega Khan, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Councillor Rule, for supplementary. I don't completely agree with you because we had the knife arch proposed to come to Nottingham many years ago and we opposed that because I don't think it's something we should be promoting there. We want to stop knife crime and knife incidents happening, so just bring in, and it was an angel at the time. I don't think that sends the right message either, but we are looking at our community partnership board. Yeah, but we are looking at our community safety partnership and actually looking at how we can beef that up to make sure that there's more. We're working together to make sure these incidents don't happen, but again, happy to discuss it further outside of this full council.
The final 12 questions, final councillor's question. Councillor Gakanja Ajala, please ask your question to the Executive Member for Children, Young People and Education.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following the tragic death of a young man as a result of a stabbing in St. Anne's, how effectively are the Council, Nottinghamshire Police, schools and health services working together to identify and support the young people at risk of serious violence of this nature?
Councillor Bernard, please, can you respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gakanja Ajala, for your question. I believe that Councillor Khan's response to question 11 fully responds to this question. Thank you.
Would anyone like to ask a supplementary question? There are 4 questions from councillors requesting a written response. The responses to these questions will be published in the minutes of today's meeting. That concludes questions from councillors. We are now going to take a 10 minutes break. We'll be back. We'll be back.
Ready to start again. Please be upstanding for the Lord
Yeah. What's up? Please take your seat. We will now move on to our next agenda item, decisions taken under urgency procedures. Councillor Nega Khan, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In order to comply with the Constitution, I am required to report occasions when urgent decisions have been taken. I'm pleased to report that since November, we have not been required to authorise any urgent decision. This reflects the improvements we continue to make in our governance arrangements, making transparent decisions openly and on time. It is appropriate that we note that here today. I move the report.
Is that seconded?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? We will now move on to our next agenda item, appointment of Audit Committee, independent member. Councillor Patel, will you please move the report?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And as the Council knows, that last September in 2025, I had proposed the Audit Annual Committee report. And as part of our improvement journey, we had stated that we would strengthen the committee's membership with the appointment of an external independent member. I am pleased to bring forward the report at full council for the appointment of the independent member to the Audit Committee. The committee has been on an improvement journey, and part of this journey was to bring itself in line with SIPFA position statement and audit committees in local authorities and policy 2022. Its terms of reference were refreshed in 2024, and the appointment of the first independent member to the committee is a big step. It brings significant benefits by strengthening governance and enhancing public confidence. Independent members provide objective challenge which supports robust scrutiny of financial management, risk, and internal controls, and this will improve the work of the committee. Their external perspective and specialist expertise help identify issues and gain assurance, thereby promoting transparency and accountability, aligning with best practice guidance from SIPFA and LGA. Appointment to this position will support delivery of the Council's improvement plan, which has an action within Programme 8, Improve Governance, to strengthen the audit and scrutiny role by progressing the Audit Committee Improvement Programme. Lord Mayor, with this appointment, it is a great step forward, and it brings us in line with good practices and with the core cities and with our ongoing commitment to improvement. I therefore now would like to propose the motion, to propose the report to the full Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Yes, formally seconded, Lord Mayor. And I welcome this report as the Vice Chair of Audit. With it, we seek, as the Chair just mentioned, a decision to appoint the independent co-opted member of the Audit Committee for a period of 4 years, commencing today. Appointing an independent member to the Audit Committee brings significant benefits. As councillors in the Chamber know, the Audit Committee must act with a very high degree of independence to provide confidence to the public that appropriate checks and challenges are in place and that concerns and risks are flagged effectively. Having a non-political member on the committee will strengthen its ability to act in that fashion. This in turn will help boost public confidence that the Council is adopting measures to increase transparency and accountability. It will also help the Council aligned with SIPFA, LGA best practice, and also meet Programme 8 of the Council's improvement plan. In essence, this is a positive step for the Council. It will invite all parties, will invite all the parties in the Chamber to consider voting in favour of this. I want to thank as well Councillor Patel for pushing for this to happen as the Chair of Audit. And I want to thank my colleague, Councillor Gardner, who's not in the room at the moment, for all the preparatory work he undertook when he was Chair of Audit, which helped bring this proposal forward as an improvement for the committee's operation.
Thank you. Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? Please, can I see your hands up? Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to remind colleagues that there are members of Audit Committee who have at times acted in an independent manner. I think my favourite moment was in full council when the Section 151, as the Section 114 order was being proposed, and I took the opportunity to ask if a risk analysis had been done. 15 minutes later, and we all got a non-answer. I mean, just this sense of this kind of thing gets solved by this kind of measure. This is the point, really. And just, folks, just beware that we have got to get into a situation whereby we can cope with our own members asking challenging and difficult questions, not just thinking it's time that an independent member from someone outside can do it when we can't. Thank you.
Councillor Battermuch.
Yeah, a bit on similar lines, really, as Councillor Edwards. Just in terms of not necessarily opposing the proposal, obviously, say that very quickly, but just wouldn't mind a bit more information about who we are appointing. I thought it was a bit cursory in the report about who this person was, what checks have been done, who is he? Is he on other audit, he or she, are they on other audit committees, etc. What role have we got as council to remove that person if we felt we needed to? Would that be down to the audit committee, or once we've appointed today, is that it for 4 years, regardless of what that person does on the committee? Because obviously if councillors go on to the audit committee and they don't turn up or act inappropriately, then they can be removed or standards can get involved. So just trying to get my head around what an independent auditor, independent committee member does, what their role is, and you know, what actual benefits it brings to the authority, other than it looking maybe good to government that we've got that sort of external scrutiny. But if that's the case, is that something that all other councils should be looking to, or is it only certain councils that are being pushed to do it? And were we being pushed to do it, or is this sort of something that we've decided would be good off our own back?
Councillor Patel, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Edwards, for your comments and for your input and commitment to the Audit Committee. This is by no way undermining the work that the Audit Committee members have been doing for the last couple of for years before even I was a councillor, even I was born, especially Councillor Chapman and yourself. So sorry, but yes. So as I have already mentioned, that we are in line with the SIPA guidelines and the LGA policies. We are, very, very appreciative of the audit of the independent member coming forward. We had 3 very strong candidates who had put themselves forward. And Councillor Battermuch, to answer your question, the recruitment process ran in October 2025, and Andrew Middleton, who hopefully will be appointed today, has extensive knowledge and experience of being an independent member both within local government, the NHS, and the national professional bodies. He has worked at a senior level within local government and has extensive expert knowledge about finance and governance, and brings over 30 years of direct experience of audit, risk, governance, and assurance work to the committee. It was very challenging, but we're very pleased that, we managed to shortlist one. In terms of your question to ask about whether what will be the adherence to behavior for the independent member. The independent member will be required to adhere to the code of conduct as set out in Article 15 of the Constitution, which includes adhering to paragraph 15.24, confidentiality and access to information. The co-opted member must submit a full register of interest and ensure that they are kept up to date. Should the independent member fail to attend 3 consecutive meetings of the committee, then in line with expectations of elected members as set out in Article 12 of the Constitution, paragraph 12.76, full council should consider removing them from the membership of that committee, and I hope that answers all your questions. With this, Lord Mayor, and the positive news from the Audit Committee, I would now like to move the report formally. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We will now vote on this item. All those in favor? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The report has been carried. We will now move on to our next agenda item, motion in the name of Councillor Kosti L. Jones. Councillor Kosti L. Jones, will you please move the motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am proposing this motion because it goes to the heart of how this council is run, who is allowed to be in the room when decisions are made, and whether we are serious about democratic accountability or merely paying lip service to it. For many years, across different political administrations, different leaders and different political compositions of this council, there has been an established practice that leaders of minority political groups have the right to attend executive board meetings and speak on all items, including exempt items. That practice existed because executive board is where the most significant decisions of this council are made. Decisions about assets, contracts, governance, staffing, finance and risk, decisions that shape the city for decades. Allowing opposition leaders to attend and speak did not weaken the executive, it strengthened the council. It meant challenge could happen early. It meant blind spots could be identified. It meant that when decisions were controversial, difficult or high risk, the executive at least had the benefit of hearing alternative perspectives before locking itself into a course of action. And crucially, it meant that this council functioned as a democratic institution, not merely an administrative one. This is not an abstract governance issue. I have said publicly, including to local media, many residents already feel decisions at this council are made behind closed doors and then announced once they've effectively been settled. When democratic space is narrowed internally, public trust erodes externally. People may not follow every procedural detail of how this council operates, but they absolutely recognise when power is being concentrated and when their voices are shut out. This long-standing arrangement was quietly removed from the Executive Board terms of reference by the leader of the Council between October and November last year. And I use the word quietly deliberately, because this was a significant democratic change made without open discussion, without member consent, without any clear justification being offered to councillors or the public. There was no motion to council, there was no debate in this chamber, and there was no meaningful explanation. A clause that had existed for years across administrations simply disappeared. This clause stated clearly that leaders of minority groups had the right to attend and speak at executive board meetings, including when exempt items are being considered, and they could nominate a substitute if they were unavailable. The wording is unambiguous, and its removal is not neutral. As I have already said publicly, excluding elected opposition leaders from executive board, particularly during exempt items, raises serious questions about transparency and accountability. Even where something may be technically permissible, this does not make it democratically legitimate, and this council should be aiming higher than simply meeting the bare constitutional minimum. The practical consequence of this change became clear ahead of the executive board meeting on 25th of November. Councillor Andrew Rule, as leader of a minority political group, was informed that he no longer had speaking rights. He attended anyway, entirely reasonably, and despite being a councillor, despite being a scrutiny member, despite being the elected leader of an opposition group, he was removed from the room when exempt items were discussed. That should concern us all. Section 100F of the Local Government Act gives councillors the rights to access information where it is necessary for the proper performance of their duties. Scrutiny members, in particular, are not meant to be locked out of the very decisions they are expected to scrutinise or identify for clawing. But beyond the legal questions, there is a much bigger political one. Why was this change made? Why was it made at this moment? And why was it done without transparency or debate? The timing matters. This change coincided with a shift in the political composition of the council. For the first time in years, the opposition leadership has become more diverse, more representative of Nottingham, and more willing to challenge decisions that many residents are deeply unhappy about. Instead of responding to that reality by opening up decision-making, improving dialogue and strengthening democratic legitimacy, the response from the executive was to narrow access and reduce scrutiny. This should concern every councillor in this chamber, including Labour councillors, because this is not about party advantage, it's about power and how it is exercised. Strong leadership is not afraid of challenge. Competent governance does not require secrecy, and confident decision-making does not depend on controlling who is allowed in the room. I want to speak directly to Labour councillors here because this is not about party loyalty or disloyalty. I have said before, and I will say it again today, this is not a criticism of Labour group members as a whole. Many Labour councillors are deeply committed to their communities and to democratic values. But leadership culture matters. And when leadership responds by challenge by restricting access rather than improving decision-making, that should give us all concern. Many Labour councillors have privately expressed frustration at the way this council is being run, at the concentration of power, at the lack of genuine debate, and at being expected to defend decisions they had little meaningful input into. This motion gives Labour councillors an opportunity to reflect on that. Because if opposition leaders can be excluded from Executive Board today, it is not difficult to imagine backbench Labour councillors being marginalised further than they are currently tomorrow. Democracy does not disappear all at once. As I have said publicly on other issues, it is eroded by small technical changes that are easy to dismiss in isolation, but devastating in combination. Today is it opposition leaders excluded from Executive Board, tomorrow it is scrutiny weakened, and after that, councillors are reduced to voting on decisions that they had no meaningful role in shaping. This motion does not do anything radical. It does not seek to rewrite the Constitution, it does not undermine the Executive's authority, and it does not give the opposition veto power over decisions. It simply asks the leader to restore wording that has already existed, already worked, and reflected good democratic practice. To allow minority group leaders to attend and speak at Executive Board meetings, to allow substitution when necessary, and to ensure that the most significant decisions affecting Nottingham are made in an environment where challenge is possible, not feared. At a time when public trust in politics is fragile, when residents feel decisions are done to them rather than with them, and when this council has faced repeated governance failures, narrowing democratic space is the worst possible response. This motion asks a simple question of this council. Are we confident enough in our leadership and our decisions to allow challenge, or are we so insecure in them that we feel the need to control who is allowed in the room? I urge members to support restoring the Executive Board terms of reference, not for the opposition's sake, but for the democratic credibility of this council. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Is that seconded?
I second, Lord Mayor.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Clarification? No. Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment?
Clarification, Chair.
Yes, clarification.
I just wanted to raise a point of order. Doesn't the seconder of a motion also get to speak on the motion?
Yeah. Let him speak once.
That's good.
As we're moving on, what's going on? Just have someone press a button and say speak. That's what, basically that, isn't it?
Just stand up, start.
Just sit, yeah. Okay.
Councillor Room.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I thank Councillor Jones for bringing this motion before the Chamber this afternoon. While to the outside observer it may seem strange that two groups that perhaps do not have much in the way of political similarity have brought this motion together to the Chamber this afternoon. Notwithstanding this, myself and Councillor Jones share the desire for the Leader of the Council to reflect on her decision to withdraw speaking rights for opposition groups at the Executive Board. While our respective groups may not be politically aligned, we are nevertheless recognised as opposition groups under the Constitution and should be afforded speaking rights at the Executive Board. The Leader's decision to exclude opposition councillors from the Executive Board means that for the first time in over a decade, opposition parties will not be afforded the opportunity to provide public scrutiny and comment on reports presented to the Board. Having previously pointed out errors in reports as recently as October's meeting, where one budget paper stated there would be no increases to garden waste charges and bulky waste charges for residents, when another paper directly contradicted that, residents would rightly assume that the Leader would value this extra level of scrutiny. Alas, it would appear not. I've heard arguments that suggest that comments on Exec Board papers should be confined to the scrutiny committees, but we often find at scrutiny that decisions have already been taken before they come to scrutiny, so scrutiny is often seen as an afterthought, and it would be, given the Deputy Leader's passion for governance, it would seem better to reinstate this. I agree with Councillor Jones on the following points, that scrutiny at Executive strengthens the Council, and also on her comments in relation to items being exempted. I would conclude perhaps by offering a contrast that at the County Council, the opposition groups have the opportunity to speak on items presented at the controlling group's cabinet meeting, which now contrasts sharply with the position at this council. I'd earnestly ask the Leader to reconsider her position in light of this contrast, lest she fall under the same criticism from her party as the Labour Prime Minister has in trying to out-reform reform at a local level.
Sorry? Okay. Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? Councillor Masuku.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So this motion is so important for scrutiny and also for democracy to be shown being delivered in motion. Whilst this is actually a constitutional thing, and it's something that really would like to support and really like to make sure that we are clear that this is a practice that should be made regardless of party, but in the favour of democracy. A point I've raised before about this country being a democracy, not a dictatorship. And earlier, we heard the Deputy Leader speak about the scrutiny methods that can be used and criticising individuals. I won't go down to that level of scrutinising individuals when most of what is going on in their lives is something that's separate. But what is really important is that we show democracy and good governance. Now, the EY reports and other reports over the years have shown that the Council have not done that, and therefore shutting off democracy via starting this established practice that was done over many years, shows a lot of fearfulness from leadership, from the executive. I don't know whether it's the leader herself, but certainly the ability to scrutinise or to ask questions or to speak at such boards is so important publicly to really show and demonstrate leadership. So we really hope that the leader does take this opportunity to support putting this amendment back in to make sure that all voices are heard. So really just to summarise, this is about making sure that all voices in Nottingham are heard. This is what the Nottingham People's Alliance is about. And part of the reason why we left the Labour Party was because even as Labour Party members, we couldn't raise items appropriately. I think I'll refer back to the 4th of December 2024 when I raised issues about the Sherwood Library in the scrutiny session and was shut down from doing so in a quite an abrupt way. And again, motions within separate groups being shut down and democracy not being held in a good order and fashion. So to conclude, this is about democracy. This is about, on a corporate level, not about individual attacks or political attacks in that sense, more the regard for the constitution in Great Britain that we have to support democracy and not dictatorship. Thank you.
Councillor Jalil.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll rise to support this motion because it goes to the heart of how this council conducts itself, how the power is exercised and how serious we take democracy accountability. This motion is not about personalities, it's not about partisan advantages, it's about long-standing democratic practices, transparency in decision-making and respect for the role of every elected councillor, particularly those representing minority political groups. It recognises a simple truth that effectively scrutiny and democracy legitimacy do not begin and end in formal committee structures. They are strengthened. My colleague already mentioned that. What concerns the people of Nottingham is not that this clause, Wilde's clause was removed, but High was removed. It's very important. And beyond, the council often speak about openness, inclusive and partnership. We rightly expect our officers to work transparently across the services. And we expect residents to trust our decisions. That trust is undermined when governance arrangement appears to narrowly participation rather than broaden it, particularly when the voice excludes are those of opposition, representing thousands of people of Nottingham. Supporting this motion is about affirming that Nottingham City Council is confident enough to hear challenges, strong enough to tolerate disagreement and commit enough to democratic fairness to ensure that all elected voices are treated with respect. For those reasons, I urge members to support this motion and to reaffirm our commitment to transparency, inclusive and accountable governance. Thank you.
Councillor Rehman Wall.
I'd just like to say I'm proud to stand here today and express our party's resounding confidence in our leadership. We've witnessed firsthand their unwavering dedication, inclusion, engagement, and their passion for our community to drive and deliver real results. And let me tell you, I'm proud to be on the journey with them. Our leadership has my full backing and our full backing, and together we're committed to shaping a brighter future for our residents. But let's be clear, when it comes to sensitive and confidential council business, we know the difference between responsible governance and cheap political end. Unlike the opposition, who seem more interested in fueling gossip and grabbing headlines than in governing this city, we're focused on getting the job done. They're quick to criticise but slow to offer solutions. They're experts at leaking to the local media but novices at delivering for our community. We won't be distracted. We won't be swayed by their attempts to undermine our progress. We'll keep working tirelessly with integrity and professionalism and to make our city an amazing place to live. Thank you.
Councillor Nega Khan.
She disagreed with my decision. She contacted Constitutional Services and she was told clearly this is the leader's decision. It was a decision I could take due to the Constitution. She then wrote to me asking me to reconsider. I've replied. An article then appeared in the Nottingham Post, again asking me to reconsider. So I'm at a loss as to why she still refuses to accept the answer. Einstein once said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So let me put it on the record clearly, simply and finally, so when this comes back again we can point to today's minutes. The exec board is where this council makes exec decisions. Its membership is set out in the Constitution. It is formed by councillors from the majority group that run the administration. That is not a political choice. That is how this council is required to operate. This is not about personalities. This is not about political theatre. It is about following the rules of this authority. And my decision is fully in line with the Constitution, unless she thinks I wrote the whole Constitution, which she was the chair of. Opposition councillors already have the right to challenge decisions through scrutiny, through audit, and through the politically balanced committees of this council. If Councillor Jones is serious about holding the exec to account, then she should use the committee she is appointed to and her other colleagues to do so transparently and constructively. But we've heard earlier that actually they don't turn up to meetings, they don't give their apologies, and actually I've witnessed it myself. I've been in a scrutiny meeting when one of the Alliance councillors is actually asking the officer when we're trying to do a presentation that, can you send me the papers? So even if you were sent the papers, you won't have time to read them, so what's the point? What you turned up for? A tick on the committee because you don't turn up anyway. Right, so that's something for them to sort out through, hopefully, Councillor Matsiko, as the whip of the People's Alliance, will take action. He expects us to take action. I hope you will, with the leader. But as already we've heard in the chamber, not a single member of Nottingham People's Alliance attended a single scrutiny or audit committee to which they were appointed, and you can have all the excuses as you want, none of it washes. So while they demand extra rights in meetings where they have no constitutional authority, I suggest they first turn up to meetings where they do, and please read the papers. Now, let me be absolutely clear. You have no legitimate claim to be leader of the opposition. The people of Mapley elected you as a Labour councillor, just as the people of Dales elected me as a Labour councillor. The difference is, I stand here today with the backing of my electorate. Where is yours? I was elected leader of this council in May 2024 by this chamber with your support. I don't see, and if you go back to the minutes, because I know what you'll probably come out and say, I didn't see an objection. So while we may all enjoy the day in the life of an opposition leader post on social media, what the people of this city actually deserve is legitimate representation. If Councillor Jones truly believes in democracy, then the honourable course of action is simple. Stand down and call a by-election in the seat she now claims, because residents who voted for Labour councillors deserve to have their voices properly represented. Or is it one rule for her and another for her residents? So my offer is this, Lord Mayor. Call by-election in wards where that mandate has been abandoned. Win them. First, win them. That's a big challenge for you. And if she wins, then Councillor Jones has a legitimate claim to be leader of the opposition, and she can take her seat on the executive. Until then, executive decisions in this council will continue to be made by those on this side of the chamber in line with the Constitution and with the democratic mandate given to us by the people of this city. So when you talk about scrutiny is weakened, well, get your group to turn up. Councillor Matsiko, you said you were shut down in scrutiny. Well, I just remind you, the person who shut you down is sitting one row behind you and is your colleague in your People's Alliance. So before you throw mud on this side of the chamber, have a reflection and just remember who stopped you in that meeting.
Councillor Kirsty L. Jones, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, thank you, Councillor Rule, for your work with me on this motion and for seconding it, and also highlighting how this approach to remove the clause is so similar to Reform's lack of wanton scrutiny as well. Councillor Matsiko, thank you for highlighting that this shows dictatorship over democracy and a lack of confidence in someone's leadership, and how this can lead to governance issues faced by the council. Thank you, Councillor Jalil, for highlighting transparency and its importance, and highlight how opposition represents thousands of residents. Councillor Raymond Wall, sorry. I'm so glad that you have confidence in your leader, despite being imposed. Okay. So your comment about exempt items and there being a confidentiality risk, first of all, that allegation is a bit interesting because I'm not aware of anyone from Nottingham People's Alliance leaking anything. But minority group leaders have been long trusted with exempt items across administrations. There is no evidence that this arrangement has compromised confidentiality. Councillors are all bound by the same legal duties, regardless of their political group. And confidentiality is not protected by excluding people, it is protected by the conduct of the councillors, which could be challenged if it wasn't followed. Councillor Nagat Khan, thank you for your response. I will stop asking the question when you reverse the decision. So as long as you keep it as it is, I'm going to keep bringing this up. And it's because it's so important. Okay, you have the political power to change it. But something can be within your powers and still be democratically wrong. The council has long recognised that significant decisions benefit from wider political scrutiny, and Executive Board is the place to make that scrutinising happen before the decision is made. It's not a question as to whether the leader can do it, it obviously is in the Constitution, but whether the Council should accept it. Removing access to Executive Board during exempt items is not a minor change. She may say that it's not political, but it clearly is, with the timing highlighted in the motion, supposed to exclude a specific political group, so that is political. Scrutiny after the fact is not a substitute for challenge before decisions are made. Once Executive Board decisions are made, the options are narrowed and risks are already locked in, and we've seen this with extra care. This long-standing arrangement, before you changed it, existed alongside scrutiny because they serve different democratic purposes. You may want to ask us to step down and have by-elections costing the council money if you want, but I feel that Nottingham People's Alliance are actually representing Labour values. We're fighting for our residents, we're against the cuts that you're proposing in next year's budget, and we are... The cuts to respite care? Have you not read the budget planned? We will not step down, but we look forward to the next elections. Yeah, that's pretty much all of the points covered, and I urge Council to accept this motion and vote it through.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour of the motion? Okay. All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion is not carried. We will now move on to our next agenda item. Motion in the name of Councillor Gakanja Ajala. Councillor Ajala, will you please move the motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In the room, comrades, councillor, fellow councillors, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, I arise today to move the motion both as a councillor and as someone with a lived experience of the asylum system. I am a Black African woman, and I'm proud to be one, a mother of 7 children and 11 grandchildren. I carry a profound sense of responsibility, a duty of care to future generations in our city and beyond. I arrived in the UK as a political refugee from Zimbabwe on the 17th of July, 2002. Having fled persecution at the age of 33 years, my asylum application took almost 9 years to conclude, with refugee status finally granted 2010. During that period, I experienced destitution, homelessness, and prolonged uncertainty. These experiences are documented in my book, A Life Robbed, a reflection of my asylum journey. For clarity, for those who doesn't know much about it, an asylum seeker is an individual who has fled from their country of origin and are seeking for protection in another state, but whose claim has not yet been adjudicated. A refugee under the Geneva Convention 1951 is someone who is also seeking for protection on the grounds of race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or mentorship of a particular social group, and is entitled to protection in a host country. My journey reflects both of these stages and the legal protection they are intended to be guaranteed. Mine was not. Now, for those who doesn't know the relationship between Harare, which is my capital city, and Nottingham, we are twin cities in the history. This means that economically, things have been happening in the trading, and the money was sometimes coming from Harare to Nottingham City, and it is these chambers that my country contributed for years. So coming from Zimbabwe, Harare, I was coming from home to home. My experience is not exceptional. It reflects the reality faced by many asylum seekers who are required to endure long periods without stability, security, or dignity while waiting for their decision that will determine their safety and their future, which means someone is holding your life for that kind of long time. During that time, I did not remain in silence. I campaigned, nationally campaigns, and launched different initiatives, including Reunite Me with My Children, advocating for families separated by the asylum system. I am also a founding member of the City of Sanctuary. Years ago, we established in partnership with my fellow champions Sitting up there is Jonathan Silvery, and he participated working along prisons and working with women and families in detention centers, and we worked very well that time. It is also important for me to mention that part of that, I recognize myself as the champion for change, and I also founded the African Women's Empowerment Forum. And that organization is a refugee community-led, and it is working with women and children since 2006. These efforts are about creating pathways, safety, opportunities, inclusion, and ensuring that those who arrive in Nottingham are treated with humanity and fairness. It is also important to acknowledge that when many of us arrived in the United Kingdom as political refugees, there was no ready-made infrastructure in place to meet our needs. As a result, much of the support fell to voluntary community and refugee-led organizations, often operating with limited, insecure resources, which means we get to face many challenges as new people. You cannot really rely on your daily income, or there is nothing really to look for. There is only small support from those individuals or organizations that are also not getting enough. The experience underlines the importance of properly resourcing refugee-led and refugee support organizations, distributing funding more equitable, and ensuring close monitoring and coordination. Doing so is essential to preventing the kinds of crises many of us experience. Crises of detention, homelessness, and isolation, and to ensuring that support systems are proactive rather than reactive. The Council recognized that people fleeing violence and persecution are entitled to claim asylum under the law and should be treated with dignity and respect. Nottingham has a long and proud tradition of welcome. The motion seeks to build on that tradition in a structured, accountable, and practical way. Refugees and asylum seekers continue to face significant barriers, including insecure housing, restricted access to employment, education and health, and limited access to legal advice. Women in particular are disproportionately affected by trauma, including gender-based violence experienced both before and during displacement. My life was also the same, and we keep hearing and seeing a lot of women. Some of them, they've been in this city for 23 years, still seeking asylum. And you want to see how the system is broken. Madam Lord Mayor, I also wish to draw the Council attention to the situation of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. National reports and safeguarding review have raised the serious concerns about oversight, accommodation, arrangements, and the welfare of children who arrive in the country alone, having fled conflict, persecution, trafficking, or exploitation. Security is very important. These are children without parents, often without advocates, and frequently without clear understanding of the system they are placed into. Too many have gone missing from temporal accommodation. Too many have fallen through gaps between agencies and too often elected members and local communities, and are left without clear information about what is happening in them once responsibility is transferred. If we are seriously about being a council of sanctuary, we must be serious about safeguarding transparency, accountability for these children. We must be confident about arrangement in place, how welfare is monitored, how risks are managed, and how the council ensures itself that every unencumbered child in Nottingham is safe, supported, and protected. When supported is fragmented or withdrawn, people are pushed into poverty, isolation, and despair. When support is coordinated, humane, and properly resourced, people are able to thrive, contribute positively, and strengthen our communities. The motion proposes that Nottingham City Council formally commits to becoming a council of sanctuary by working with City of Sanctuary Network, providing a council action plan embedded in inclusive practice across council service, strengthening particular support, including access to legal advice and advocating to central government for fair and more human asylum processes. It is also commits the council to celebrate Refugee Week with their stories in it. When we are celebrating, we are simply celebrating what we have achieved. We are not told to celebrate. We have to celebrate what we have achieved as refugees after going through that complex journey. Surely you should be able to get to a point whereby a recovery is put in place and those tools, you own them and you tell your own story. That's what we celebrate. So Refugee Week is not supposed to be something that is organized by somebody and then they say, come and celebrate. What are we really celebrating? We need to celebrate the economic strength. We need to celebrate that our stories, at least we are healing. So there is no healing, hence we see a lot of mental health. Women and children, some of them, they even commit suicide. May their soul rest in peace. We have lost so many people in this city who have come to the UK and their cases were pending for so many years until they have to commit suicide. So it is that important that people are connected to their own story and they need to celebrate that. We celebrate our stories. We don't celebrate to be here. It is also commits the council to also involve those refugees with accountability and ongoing engagement. It's not a one-off thing, it involves people's lives, so we need to be part of it. We need to formulate the infrastructure that was never built in the UK for us because we come with complex needs. The motion is not only symbolic, it is practical, proportionate, and evidence-based. It reflects our values as a city committed to social justice, inclusion, and human dignity. It is also recognizes the leadership and contribution to refugees and asylum seekers themselves in shaping effective solutions. To add value to that, when I was elected as a councillor, I was invited by the leader and I presented a book, which is A Life Robbed. In this book, I reflected on the journey. I also put a curriculum to it and how to heal, and it is my story. So my story is documented, it is there, so it's not that I did not do anything. I've done something about it, and I've campaigned a number of campaigns with the intention to put this kind of motion for the council to consider Nottingham as a city of sanctuary. It is fair to say that I am one of those individuals in partnership with others. We have been very proactive to create that little change that can help refugees' integration. Lord Mayor of Nottingham, as a Black African mother and a grandmother, I am deeply aware of my duty of care to future leaders. Every child in our city who will inherit the world will leave them. The motion asks the council to ensure the Nottingham remains a place of safety and welcome where dignity is not conditional and humanity is always recognized. I therefore commend this motion to the council. Thank you very much, comrades and fellow councillors.
Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Councillor. Sorry, Lord Mayor. I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Yeah, Councillor Jenkins.
Has the amendment been circulated?
No, it's coming to pick it. The amendment is valid and copies will now be circulated.
It's all right, yeah. Can I invite you to propose your amendment, Councillor Jenkins?
Right, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Kaganja Ajola. Have I done it right? Thank you. For presenting this motion to Council this afternoon. And I hope you will agree with the amendment this afternoon. I want to thank the work of Councillor Sajid Mohammed and Councillor Steve Bakelmuch, both of whom have been passionate advocates for the City of Sanctuary status. We welcome the motion, and there are elements that we would like to strengthen and refocus. For example, the Council has been working towards this status already. The Council officers already attending local authority network meetings and leading engagement with City of Sanctuary local groups, refugee organisation with lived experience committees. It is right that the council continues to do this, in my view, as all councillors should. And I do believe you're on the network list, councillor. It is also right that the motion recognises that we have been doing as a councillor. Nottingham City Council seeks to embed a culture of welcome and inclusion throughout all council services, promoting collaboration across Nottingham's diverse communities. We should note in council the positive work that has already been done and that is taking place towards the City of Sanctuary status, with active participation in the City of Sanctuary Local Authority Network engagement, the engagement of the local City of Sanctuary group, refugee organisation and lived experience communities. We have a strong history in supporting those facing migration, asylum seekers and refugees. Lord Mayor, the Council has supported those seeking sanctuary from conflict and human rights violation through various programmes, including those for Ukraine, Afghan and worldwide refugees, as well as asylum seekers. We have already in place a migration team which commissions employment and housing support and establishes small grant processes. We successfully deliver wraparound care for Afghan refugees evacuating during the Operation Pitting in 2021, which included services to ESOL classes, employment advice and mental health support. We also collaborate with various partners to address the needs of asylum seekers and refugees, including regular drop-in sessions, mental health support and integration activities that is provided across multiple sites. I therefore think it is right that this motion recognises these points. Finally, as the appropriate executive member, I will look to engage refugee groups in the development of an action plan. So instead of listing points 4 to 10 in the original motion, I will seek to create initiatives with people with lived experiences and refugee organisations through a comprehensive action plan. And my commitment to Council is to do this in 2026, working with Scrutiny and other communities to get this right. Lord Mayor, I propose the amendment.
Is the amendment seconded? Councillor Batman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to second the amendment. I think this is an incredibly important issue, and I pay tribute to Faith for bringing the motion today, and I hope that Faith and others will accept the amendments, because this issue should be above political point scoring. It should be about doing what's right on this issue, and I think that we need a cross-party approach on this, and I think we have to be cognizant of the atmosphere that surrounds this issue, both around asylum and refugee status, not only in the city, but in the country as a whole, and the way that this issue is exploited by sections of the media, particularly online, but the written media as well, where facts are twisted, where facts are overturned, where lies are told, if we're being truthful, about what is and what isn't a legal claim for asylum, what is a refugee and what isn't a refugee. And this debate has got more and more toxic over the past 10 to 15 years. It has been in a situation where during the Brexit referendum, outright lies were told, fear was whipped up, and that then continued throughout the last 10 years. We had a government under the Tories where all sorts of actions were allegedly being taken, which really just sought to stoke up fear and resentment about communities. And I have to say, I want my own government to be better than that, and I think that debate is still ongoing, if we're honest, about some of the language that is used. So we need a careful and honest debate. We need to recognise, as Councillor Jenkins says, that plenty of work has been ongoing on this issue, quite a lot behind the scenes, for a long, long time. The Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Refugee Forum was set up in 2000. Its first few years, they were virtually almost funded completely by the council. Over the years, that funding has moved away as council funding got more and more tight, but the Refugee Forum got better at doing its own fundraising and accessing funds from government and elsewhere. But I know for a fact that in those early days, the Nottinghamshire and Nottingham Refugee Forum would not have existed if it hadn't been for the support from this council. And I'll also say, put on record previous leader John Collins, who did a lot of work on this behind the scenes. He didn't necessarily want to make it a big citywide issue. He wanted to do it a bit more under the radar. But I know for a fact that that Refugee Forum was very grateful for the support, and a lot of that came via executive manager at the time, Tony Price, who put a lot of work into that organisation. So I think we are recognising that work has been done. I think we're also recognising that the call for the City of Sanctuary is not new. It's been going on around the UK for a long time. Quite a lot of local authorities are already signed up. Not all of them are Labour councils. There are cross-party councils as well. So this is not a party political issue. This is something that all councils are looking at up and down the country. I know in 2023, myself and Faith and Councillor Sajid Mohammed went on a demonstration to support Nottingham citizens outside the council house, calling for a City of Sanctuary, and the three of us were there and pledged our personal support. Saj, I think, was the executive member at the time, and started some further discussions on the executive, which I supported at the time. So there is work ongoing, and I think that the reasonable amendment now kind of brings that to the fore in the way of recognising what's been done, but also seeking that anything that we take forward is now done in consultation with all of those organisations in the city that have got an interest here. Because there is a lot of knowledge in this room. I accept there is a lot of knowledge in certain individuals from lived experience in this room, but it is much wider when you go into the city as a whole, when we start talking to the Refugee Forum, when we start talking to Nottingham citizens, when we talk to the various organisations in the city that are doing work on this as we go through. So I think it's really important that we involve them and that we start a debate which is a reasonable debate where we try and reclaim some of the agenda that's out there. Because make no mistake, even if this is passed unanimously in this council and we go on to become a fully fledged City of Sanctuary, then certain people in the city will attack that decision. I wouldn't be surprised if the Post don't start to say, oh, is this really what we should be doing? We know that Reform will attack it because they'll say it's woke, and we should be able to have the confidence to take that issue on and actually argue back that what we're trying to do here is to create a safe haven for anybody that is faced with that situation of needing to seek asylum or are a refugee in the city. We should be the people that is welcoming of others. And we need to cut across that debate that is toxic in the media. I'll finish with a quote from one of my, as people will know, one of my favourite politicians, Tony Benn, who said many years ago, obviously before this government and before the last government probably, that the way a government treats refugees is very instructive because it shows how they would treat the rest of us if they thought they could get away with it. Now, that, I think, makes us think about what is our attitude, what are we personally doing, what do we turn a blind eye to, what do we let people get away with, how can we change that, how can we stop that, and how can we influence not only our colleagues, our friends, our neighbours, our workmates, but our fellow politicians in the city, in the county, in the central government, to create a society where we are proud to put our arms around our colleagues from this country and abroad and say, you are welcome here, we are welcoming as a country, and we will stand with you, and we will make sure you get your just rights under the law. Nothing more, nothing less. Just rights under the law and support and solidarity that we would expect if we were in that situation ourselves. Thank God that we're not, but we might be one day. And what we want to be able to do is give the same support to refugees coming from any country as we have given, for example, to the Ukrainian refugees over the past few years who were welcomed with open arms, were fast-tracked, all the other things that have happened. We should have a semblance of humility about how we tackle that issue with refugees from the rest of the world. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Are there any? Okay, councillor. Sorry? No, clarification. The question is the next one. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
It is a question for clarification on the amendment.
Yeah, clarification on the amendment. Yeah.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to ask a question regarding, obviously they've taken out items 4 to 10, but as the councillors may know very well, the Refugee Forum lost its provision for funding of legal advice for asylum seekers, which is certainly hurting a lot of asylum seekers in the process at the moment. And people will say, oh, you're an immigration advisor, AJ, you profit from this. It's like, no, I do immigration, not asylum stuff. So I just want to make that really clear. So it's really important that we get clarification that in the amendment that's been proposed, that the support to the Nottingham Refugee Forum, as has been supported very, very well by this council and by colleagues across the room, I would really want clarification whether they will support the Nottingham this amendment will help support Nottinghamshire Refugee Forum in getting that legal funding back, which they lost was national lottery funding initially, was planned for them to then transition to have formal free legal advice for asylum seekers who need it in this broken legal system, and now that's gone, it's really putting people in really, really bad situations. So that's why number 4 was there in particular. So I want to really have clarification whether your amendment does address that point.
Councillor Jenkins. Can you please respond?
The amendment to the motion seeks to remove points 4 to 10 of the motion. But in doing that, what we will do with the amendments that I've proposed is work with the lived experience and government to do what we can. So I can't give you a definitive answer because we're working through it.
Okay. Are there any councillors who want to speak on this amendment? Councillor Rayman Wall.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. Please. So I just wanted to say, I wrote it down, right. So Nottingham is a city of acceptance, kindness and compassion. We're proud to stand with refugees, offering safety, support and a warm welcome. Our council works tirelessly to provide essential services from language classes to housing and healthcare, ensuring refugees can rebuild their lives with dignity. As the chair of the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Race Equality Council for some years, I had the honour of working closely with Councillor Sajid Mohammed, a true beacon of hope and inspiration. Together we work towards building Nottingham as a city of sanctuary for refugees, and I'm proud of what we achieved. I also had the privilege of working closely with the Refugee Forum, delivering training and workshops and supporting refugee women in our community. I've seen firsthand the incredible resilience and strength of our refugee communities, and I'm committed to continuing this vital work. Let me be clear. Anyone who suggests that Nottingham City Council isn't dedicated to the wellbeing and safety of refugees is simply wrong. We've supported people fleeing war, persecution and trauma, and we've given them hope. Nottingham has long been a safe haven, a sanctuary, and always will be. We're proud to be a city of sanctuary, and we're committed to continuing this vital work. We'll keep welcoming those who need it the most, we'll keep advocating for their rights, and we'll keep providing a safe haven. To anyone trying to undermine our efforts, not on our watch. We'll keep doing what's right, and we'll keep shining a light for those seeking safety and dignity. Nottingham stands with refugees, and we won't let anyone put that asunder. Let's keep working together to build a brighter future for all, where everyone feels valued, respected, and at home. Thank you.
Councillor Masuko.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it was really important to recognise what Nottingham has done, and I'm really proud that this council and individuals across this whole chamber have done so many things over the years. But this motion is not really about criticising the council or anything like that. It's about strengthening and standing up. As Councillor Battermuch rightly said, there is a poor narrative out there about asylum seekers and refugees. And I also wanted to make the clarification point that migration law, there's 3 different strands. There's asylum, which is under the Refugee Convention, which is what we're talking about here today. There's legal migration, which is shockingly being attacked, and that's a whole separate matter. And there's also nationality law. But I'm not here to teach immigration law and so on, and this is why I don't have it. But I want to make the point clear as to why I don't have an interest in this motion. Because it's really about asylum-seeking support and also what happens afterwards when they get refugee status. As many will know, the Arthur Maria Trust is now permanently closed, limiting the housing options for refugees in the city. And yes, that has been down to council cuts, but now we've got this new finance settlement, and Councillor Radford assures us we've never been bankrupt. I'm sure that we can look at different ways in which to support and secure more support for the refugees and asylum seekers, especially those asylum seekers that get refused. And they may get refused for different reasons, even reasons beyond their own control, which are quite shocking. And it's really important that we support people, because we are humanitarians and we do support people in that manner. But my issue with the amendment is that to take away the points made about the legal funding, because legal funding legal advice is very expensive, but certainly with asylum claims, that's where the third sector really needs that support. And Nottingham Refugee Forum has been trying to do that for many years. I spoke to a former trustee before I became a trustee formally of the Refugee Forum, and it was a burning issue because they had funding from National Lottery, but that wasn't continued. And that was actually a former councillor that made that decision in the end, which was a bit disappointing that that decision was made. But so I'd really like to say thank you for the thought and effort that Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Battermuch have put into this motion. However, I cannot support it because it is not clarifying on that support, that legal support that's so important. And then there are the other points. A refugee champion, people with that lived experience of being refugees, being involved in this process of City of Sanctuary. And yes, we've been trying for many years, but still we've not had it. We've not had that recognition. And I do recognise colleagues who are continuing to do so much for refugees, but the time is now. We need to not hesitate any further. I mean, I know we say then when ready and apply for formal recognition. We should really speed that up and get that done, because the longer that it delays, the more frustrated people are, especially those with that lived experience of refugees. And obviously, it's great that we celebrate Refugee Week, and we do a lot of work in our communities. Certainly, I've done a lot of work with Afghans, I've done a lot of work with Ukrainians, I've done a lot of work with Syrians, so many different people on a voluntary basis as well, by the way, not in my work capacity, because it's about being humanitarian, it's about supporting people. So whilst I appreciate the efforts on the changing the emotions, the amendments to the motion to try and support it in a different way, I would say that it's really, really important that that the other points are included, and say that therefore I cannot support the amendment going forward, and I really rely on the original motion that has been done in collaboration, I understand it, with City of Sanctuary. And I'd like to give testament to Councillor Faith for her work on this. We've even had our debates about this motion and to and fro worked, but that passion to help and support people has always come through. And this motion, it's not about owning a motion, it's not about who's did what or whatever, it's about us coming together and saying these are the points that are from people with not just the lived experience, but also legal experience, and also experience of the third sector. So it's a whole bunch of experiences, and we don't want refugees or asylum seekers to be treated as second-class citizens. We don't do things under the table. We do things in public view, and I think that would be the strongest way to challenge that narrative against refugees and blaming refugees for everything. I was shocked in the citizens' question that they were kind of criticising people who looked for and as being refugees, making noise and so on. No, these are not these people. That's actually racism, what we saw in that question. And but I'm glad that in this chamber we have people who actually respect refugees and respect asylum seekers, and I hope that we can support the original motion as it goes forward. So thank you very much for your time for listening, and please support our original motion. Thank you.
Councillor Kirsty L. Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I was quite disappointed to see this amendment, as I thought that with all the work that we put on it, it was quite a strong motion. And yeah, you have to do your self-congratulatory stuff in the background, but that doesn't change the substance, so I don't really care about that. What I do care about is I appreciate you've deleted 4 to 10, and 10 is also incorporated in another part of the amendment, so you're not really getting rid of 10, so that's fine. But how are you going to apply for formal recognition of the City of Sanctuary when you've cut out many of the key actions that are needed to be taken in order to make Nottingham a City of Sanctuary? So, Councillor Matsiko's outlined, obviously, the fact that, yeah, OK, Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Refugee Forum has been supported in the past, but at the moment they don't have that support from Nottingham City Council, and I think that's really important. In the amendment, you say you limit the action plan to only use ring-fence funding. Where is this ring-fence funding? Where's it coming from? How much did it cover? Will it be able to do the things that we want it to do? To be able to encourage all council departments, services, schools and public institutions to adopt the City of Sanctuary's framework, embedding inclusion and equality across their policies and operations. The actual services that refugees and asylum seekers are accessing should be inclusive. And do we not want to advocate to central government for fairer asylum processes? The government rhetoric at the moment is, yeah, like has been outlined, it's echoing reform, it's echoing the far-right media. But the council's role is to represent its residents in Nottingham, and if the asylum processes aren't right, we need to say they're not right and advocate for a better system. We also want to make sure that public services, like the services provided by this council, are accessible and responsive to the needs of refugees and asylum seekers, and provide information that is culturally sensitive. That is not a big cost to the council, it is just making things more inclusive. And the Nottingham City Refugee Champion would be the person that you would hold accountable for making sure that the action plan taken place. If you just say that you're going to commit to an action plan, you don't say what's going to be in your action plan, and there's no accountability framework and no one who's taken accountability for it, then I can't see that Nottingham City Council will actually meet the criteria needed by City of Sanctuary. So because of that, I will be voting against this amendment, but I will be speaking in favour of the motion of the whole. Hopefully it doesn't get amended.
Councillor Anwar Khan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will support any amendments that strengthen the dignity and compassion. But in this case, I cannot support any change that weakens our commitment to sanctuary. The original motion is clear, compassionate, and purposeful, to set out a coherent commitment for Nottingham to become a council of sanctuary, not as a symbolic gesture, but as a practical framework for dignity, support, and the inclusion. The amendment before us fundamentally alters that intent by expanding, reframing, and diluting the original resolutions. It risks turning a focused moral commitment into a set of vague aspirations with no clear directions, ownership, or accountability. This motion was carefully drafted to align with the established City of Sanctuary framework, a nationally reorganized, evidence-based model that many councils across the country have successfully adopted. The amendment moves us away from the clarity and risks delaying real action at a time when vulnerable people need certainty, not hesitation. Let me be clear. Supporting refugees and asylum seekers should not be a partisan issue. It should not be engineered, overqualified, or softened to the point where it loses its purpose. The original motion already provides the necessary balance, compassion alongside responsibility, and values alongside action. If we genuinely believe in dignity, inclusion, and community cohesion, then we should support the motion as it stands and allow the detailed work to be developed through the proper action plan and governance process. For those reasons, Lord Mayor, I cannot support this amendment and urge colleagues to reject it and support the original motion in full. Thank you.
Councillor Mohammed.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And also, thank you, Faith and Coral and Steve, for raising the issue and bringing the motion to us. I would like to speak in favour of the amendment. You know, I was born and raised in Nottingham, and probably the reason I love the city the most is because it's my home. It's a home that I've had the luxury of living in. It's a place where I've built relationships, experiences, values, built a family, raised a family, struggling to raise a family. They just get tougher as they become teenagers. It's easier in the early days. All right, Graham? Yeah. And so it's full of belonging, and it's full of my identity and the identity and belonging of so many diverse communities. And the reason I'm a Labour politician is that I want a city and a country that wants everyone to thrive, that wants everyone to have the opportunity to reach the best possible version of themselves. And this is based on really core values of not only as a politician, but as a city, as a resident. Those core values are two. We're a city of fairness and a city of opportunity for everyone. A city of fairness. That means everyone that comes into this city should have the fairness to access basic services, education, access to health, access to housing, access to a good job. And if they need a little bit of support to get them into mainstream services, would anyone begrudge them? Would anyone begrudge someone getting access to a doctor? To getting their children being safe? As the motion says, 85% of women that come through the asylum and refugee have faced 85% gender-based violence. We're talking about women and children. Do we want to see these people denied access to basic services? Do we want them not to thrive, integrate and do well and give back to our city? And I really do hope that my colleagues to the left of me do think about the amendment. I believe the amendment is a very sensible approach of getting the final objective done. It's built on clearly, explicitly with the intention of putting people with lived experience into the center of the process. By having those very same voluntary sector organizations like Belong, the Refugee Forum, Refugee Roots, and others, and faith communities, which we shouldn't forget the huge amount of work that the churches, the mosques, Nottingham Liberal Synagogue, the Gurdwara and the Temple do in supporting some of the most marginalized people. By putting those people in the center and building stakeholder frameworks where everyone can contribute and build a better Nottingham surely is the right approach to this. Rather than a top-down approach using a national framework, why can't Nottingham develop its own framework and its own understanding bespoke on our needs for our residents in this city? Also, to my left, our colleagues keep raising that services have been cut. They were never cut by us. Where have you been for the last 14 years of what the Tories have done to this country? It was never our intentions to cut them, but we were starved of funding into the hundreds of millions of pounds that had huge detrimental effect on our residents. And it was a decade of destruction committed by ideological Tories and people on the right that caused so much damage to this country. And it isn't going to be a Labour government of 1 year that can turn it around. It's a Labour government that has to economically rebuild this country throughout a full term and hopefully a second term just to recover from the damage that the Tories had did. And I'm not going to mention Liz Truss and the cabbage, so I'm not going to get, I've been told not to mention the lettuce. So I've got 4 seconds left. It's about everyone coming together, the voluntary sector, the private sector, and all of us working together to bring hope and justice to the city. Thank you.
Mellon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased that this motion has been brought here before Council by Councillor Gakanje Ajala, but I'm in support of the amendment because I think it strengthens what we can do and it recognises what we have done in the past. It's good that we can speak about people who arrive in our city seeking refuge here in this chamber. This motion is right when it speaks of Nottingham as a welcoming city. Of course, that might not apply to every person living here, but it is right that we should build that reputation and seek to encourage our citizens to adopt that attitude. Our country is built on the skills and labour of those who have arrived from elsewhere. This is not a new phenomenon. None of us can claim to be more British than others because people from other parts of the world have always arrived in our shores and our ancestry as a nation is very mixed. Our island has frequently been a place where others have made their home. From the Romans, Saxons, Vikings and Normans who in turn invaded our country and left their legacy which has shaped in various ways our society today, for those Jews who were welcome seeking shelter from Nazi persecution, to the Windrush and South Asian arrivals in the 50s and 60s who supported our economy and helped with rebuilding our country after the war, to those who've arrived more recently following conflicts in their country. And it has to be noted that the UK has played a less than helpful role in conflict in several parts of the world, leading many to leave their homeland. So welcoming newcomers to our country should be something that we're used to and that we embrace as an asset to our city. Newcomers enrich our culture, our cuisine, and contribute at least as much as many others who have been born here. Many of our citizens are actively involved in the process of supporting refugees and asylum seekers in particular. In December, I had a coffee with former Councillor Linda East that most of you won't remember. She was a councillor for Stenton in the 90s. But as a councillor, she was one of the founder members of the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Refugee Forum, a unique organisation whose staff and volunteers do an amazing work, as has been said, caring for refugees and asylum seekers in our city. As a council, we do commission the forum to do resettlement and information and advice work, so to say the council gives them no money is wrong, as well as other voluntary sector organisations who teach English as a second language. We don't shout about this work, but as a Labour-run council, we have always worked and supported our voluntary sector to help with this vital work and have done so for many years. I had the privilege at the end of the last decade of being the council rep on the forum board for about 4 years and was briefly the chair. I was always pleased to witness the commitment of volunteers and staff that had to some of the most vulnerable of our citizens, and also the wider support from the conurbation of people happy to support and raise funds for the Refugee Forum. Each year, the renowned composer and conductor John Rutter comes to our Royal Concert Hall, owned by us, and we don't charge anything. People come and pay to sing under his baton, and all the money goes to the forum. Tens of thousands of pounds are raised every year. This is just one of many initiatives and partnerships forged to sustain the work of the Refugee Forum. And all of this doesn't happen because we have the label of City of Sanctuary, but because many Nottingham people want to welcome, want to empathise with those who are fleeing from warfare and abuse, and not to buy the argument that somehow those who are seeking asylum should somehow receive a second-class existence in our city and country. But of course, that welcoming attitude is being challenged by reform, and others who are peddling a narrative that those risking life and limb to come in small boats, those being exploited by gangmasters who are charging them thousands of pounds to take up this extremely risky route to our shores, are all illegal, are all a threat to our safety, and should be sent back no matter the validity of their claim. Some from this party are even suggesting that those who've settled in the UK for years should somehow be sent home, even some who have been born here. They assert that the problems with our NHS, the problems with waiting lists for school places, the problem with waiting lists for houses is all the fault of refugees and asylum seekers, putting forward a message of hate and blame that is a challenge to the welcoming attitude that many quieter voices adopt. This is not true. Our NHS would indeed fall apart if our multicultural workforce providing expertise and care was not there, as would our care system. Rather than being a threat to our society, the vast majority of those arriving in Britain contribute greatly to our society. Of course, we need a fair system. And if embracing the label as a council, as a city of sanctuary, helps us to identify best practice elsewhere and helps us provide information to counteract the fake news and hate speech offered by some, then this may be something we should see through. At the end of the day, I believe that respect and kindness is and will be more powerful than hate and division.
Councillor Kelsey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will keep this brief. I support this amended motion and welcome this council's renewed commitment to formally becoming a city of sanctuary. As colleagues across the floor today have already said, Nottingham has a long history of supporting refugees and anyone who comes into our city seeking help. I welcome the original motion tabled by Councillor Gakanji Ajala and thank her for drawing attention to this incredibly important issue. You speak on taking these things seriously, and your leader, Kirsty, talks of accountability, which is why I find this curious timing that you've decided to speak on this publicly today, when, whilst you were a member of the Labour group, you were actually the champion of City of Sanctuary. And you failed to attend any of the local authority network meetings that you were invited to get this commitment formalised and make a real difference to the refugees that now live in this city. The amendment is important because we talk about an action plan, and the action plan must be co-produced. There is nothing that we will do for them without them. The action plan will be ratified at Exec Board and monitored through scrutiny processes. And this amended motion refreshes this Labour Council's commitment, and with a new Labour champion in place, I'm confident that Nottingham will be formally recognised as a city of sanctuary.
Councillor Kostonis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That was a long session. I'll just... I will not make it very long, Deputy Leader. I do promise that. So, obviously, I want to thank the contributions of members. I will speak in favour of the amendment. And I want to just pick up one of the points that my Councillor Mohammed raised earlier on, which was about access to services and how important access to services is for people who obviously live in difficult circumstances, people coming and fleeing war and destruction. I'll talk about the health service and the access to health service. Refugees and asylum seekers, as we all know, face significant difficulties in accessing health services. These challenges include language barriers, inability to register with GP services, limited understanding of the NHS system. Health systems work differently in all countries. When refugees cannot access treatment or GP services early, symptoms worsen, leading to emergency interventions that have to happen after that. And obviously, the increase of people going to A&E departments and so on and so forth. The Labour Group, I think, we believe, all of us believe in integration, don't we? Decisions that support integration are key to improving health outcomes for refugees and asylum seekers living in the city and enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of the NHS in the long term. During my tenure as Executive Member for Adults, I remember in October 24, the group started this process to retender a 3-year funding program from the ring-fenced public health grant, which went directly to services that build trust and improve access to refugees, helping them make healthcare appointments and obtain translation services. In 2023, there were approximately 1,500 asylum seekers in this city, representing diverse ethnicities, from those fleeing the war in Ukraine to those escaping the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These individuals face real dangers in their home countries, and upon arrival in the UK, often face discrimination and racism. I can't help but thank the Refugee Forum and other organizations that work tirelessly and the work they've done in this area over the years. This city's commitment to refugee access to healthcare services is just one example of a strategy that demonstrates our focus on action on matters concerning refugees in the city. The answer to potential service pressures caused by immigration is not found in the radical measures proposed by reform, such as abandoning ECHR. Border control must never be equated with adopting racist or chauvinist ideologies, nor should it lead politicians to move towards extreme positions, like withdrawing from hard-fought international treaties. Our government will always oppose efforts to remove the UK from the Council of Europe and from ECHR. In essence, matters concerning refugees and asylum seekers are fundamentally about human rights for a vulnerable section of the British population. Passing a motion to enhance integration and recognition of refugees is one thing. It's important to talk about something that we need to solve. Delivering concrete actions, however, will and has to remain of the greatest importance. So, thank you all, and I hope you'll support the amendment.
Councillor Gakanja Ajala, as mover of the original motion, would you like to speak on the amendment?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Steve, Councillor Sajid Mohammed, and the other comrades in the room, and also my sister, Councillor Carol Jenkins, for taking your time to put the amendments. To me, it's not about summarizing the issue. It's about doing things right. As we all know, the person who is wearing the shoe is the person who understands how they feel about it. It is a lived experience. It is the story. And we are worried about that story, that it will one day get lost. Hence, the reason why I had to fight to put this motion this time. Like I mentioned before, Councillor Kelsey, I have tried. I have run campaigns since I was elected as a councillor. I worked with Sajid Mohammed, with Steve, and we both tried to put this across. It was not the right time then for the Labour Party to get it through for political reasons. So it is very fair or very unfair for you guys to say I did not do anything. I have also witnessed a number of issues. I became a victim inside the Labour Party. At some point, as a refugee woman, as a black woman, I felt that I was not accepted to start with. And I am grateful that now we have come to discuss this matter. So for me, as a mother, as a grandmother, I have something to protect. And it is those women that I'm working with, some of them, they are now crippled, they are now disabled. I've tried to even share with the council in private, in those wards, to say there are women who are struggling in the city. Some of them, they cannot be accepted for taking the dental treatment. They cannot be taken into surgeries because they do not qualify anywhere else. Laws have changed everywhere. There is a lot of destitution in Nottingham. Please, let's not take this as a joke. This is a very serious matter. And I am very triggered by some of the statements that some of you are putting across. This is politics, but let's not allow it to be a dirty politics. Let's allow it to be a positive politics. This is a serious matter. And I am going to ask you, if we are going to take this forward, we need to put a framework. That's all what we need to agree with. We don't need to summarize all what has been put in the motion. There is no reason for that. But with that, I also respect you guys for taking this motion seriously, and by amending it, it simply means that you want to own it, but it's not about owning it, it's about getting things done in the right way. So please, let's get to vote for it, simply because the refugee people are suffering in this city. It has been 23 years of being in this city, trying to fight for Nottingham to be city of sanctuary. So today, it's not about politics again. It's about being mothers, being true leaders, and being empowering other people. We want a framework endorsed today and agreed, and that is what I will follow. I'm not interested about all those logistics. I am interested on coming up with a framework which we can all monitor with our voice as refugees in it, and that's all what I need. Thank you.
Of the amendment, would you like to exercise your right of reply on this amendment?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Okay, there's been a lot of lengthy discussion going on today, all of it important. What I would say that the amendment strengthens the motion. The amendment will call on lived experience. The amendment will make Nottingham become the city of sanctuary, demonstrating its leadership, its compassion, and its commitment to justice. Okay? The motion represents not only a demonstration of moral duty, but of public pledge. And I think Steve, Councillor Backlematch, was absolutely right. This has got nothing to do with cross-party work. It's about doing the right thing.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? The amendment, thank you. The amendment has succeeded. Therefore, Councillor Jenkins, May I offer you the final right of reply on the amended motion?
I'd waive the right, thank you, given the debate we've had. Okay.
So we'll now move. Okay, the first spoken. Are there councillors who wish to ask question on? It's already spoken.
This is now the substantive motion.
Okay.
So are there any councillors who want to speak?
Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? That's what I'm saying. It's been, we've done it.
It's because it's become the amendment has become a substantive motion, and therefore we are now debating the substantive motion.
Okay, so how many councillor?
Leslie.
Okay. Jones. And Councillor Castiel Jones.
Hello. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm obviously quite disappointed that the amendment fell, as I do think it significantly weakened the motion, but I do support the motion as a whole, and something is better than nothing. So I want to support this motion not simply as a statement of welcome, but as a direct political challenge to the direction of the national Labour policy and rhetoric on asylum seekers and refugees. Over recent years, the language used about asylum seekers and refugees has hardened significantly. That language was driven for a long time by Reform and the Conservatives, amplified relentlessly by sections of the right-wing media, but it is now increasingly echoed and legitimised by Labour ministers. We have even heard the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, warned that Britain risks becoming an island of strangers, language which frames migration and diversity as a problem to be feared rather than a reality to be understood and addressed with humanity. We are told that adopting tough language is necessary to reassure the public. That argument is deeply flawed. Because when the Labour government adopts the language of reform and when it allows right-wing media framing to set the terms of debate, it does not neutralise the far right, it validates them. And more importantly, it misrepresents what people are actually concerned about. In Nottingham and across the country, people are not lying awake at night worrying about asylum seekers. They are worried about the cost of living, declining living standards, insecure housing, and the steady erosion of public services. Those problems were not caused by refugees or people seeking asylum. They were caused by political choices. Years of austerity, cuts to public services and welfare, and a failure to invest properly in things like council housing and social infrastructure have left communities under real pressure. Redirecting frustration towards asylum seekers and refugees does not resolve that. It simply diverts attention away from the decisions that created those conditions in the first place. That's why this rhetoric is not just wrong, it is dangerous. When politicians, supported by hostile media narratives, talk about asylum seekers as a threat or a burden, they shift blame away from national policy failures and onto some of the most vulnerable people in society. And we know what that leads to: hostility, division, and ultimately violence. Nottingham has a different story to tell. This is a city built on migration, solidarity, and mutual support. People who arrived here seeking safety have gone on to become neighbours, colleagues, carers, and friends. They strengthen our communities, they do not weaken them. Becoming a city of sanctuary is not about national systems or processes, it's about Nottingham City Council doing the best it can to support refugees and asylum seekers. This motion builds on Nottingham's identity as a diverse and welcoming city and gives that identity practical meaning, which I am sorry to say has been weakened by the amendment, but at least there's something. It says that while national politics drifts towards scapegoating and fear, this city chooses dignity, solidarity and humanity. I know that there are Labour councillors in this chamber who feel uneasy about the direction of the national rhetoric, but supporting this motion is not disloyal. You didn't need to amend it. It's an assertion of our values at a local level when national leadership has taken a different direction. Local government has always been where those values are defended in practice, where communities are brought together rather than divided, and where compassion is treated as a strength, not a liability. At a time when asylum seekers and refugees are being used as a distraction from falling living standards and failing public services, this motion matters. I urge members to support it, though I wish it had been in its full form. And I hope that Nottingham remains a city that chooses compassion over scapegoating and makes clear that dignity, solidarity and humanity are not negotiable here. Thank you.
Councillor Masuku.
Thank you. Also wanted to speak again about this, not again, about the substantive part of the motion, as I've obviously spoke on the amendment before. But all organisations are suffering, and you'll know, people will know, and I don't want to say to Councillor Sajid Mohammed directly, but those organisations are not getting the funding they deserve. Faith groups are suffering. We do not have ESOL languages have been cut in churches even. It's really, really a bad situation. So this motion is really about stepping up. But it's not about personal attacks or political attacks. This is about what needs to happen. And this has been very, very thought through very well. And it's not about being nasty and personal. I really don't. People may not be able to attend meetings for a variety of reasons, especially if there are illnesses. If there's any problems with that, you can raise that with the monitoring officer, and we're happy to engage with the monitoring officer if absences are a problem. However, there's some that are sensitive, and we won't be speaking about. But to make nasty and use absences from meetings, I know Faith personally has passionately campaigned for refugees and asylum seekers, and also, other women within her African Women's Forum, and she's done a lot of that work already. This is about trying to get that recognition. To be dragged on through meetings and endless committees and so on, etc., is just torture. And in terms of this motion is about doing what needs to be now and talking about the council cuts. We didn't raise council cuts. You raised council cuts at every single moment you possibly can. Not you personally, Saj, but certainly in the executive over the last 14 years. But we're not talking about cuts. We're talking about what needs to happen and how we can make things happen quickly and all, but through this recognition of as a city of sanctuary. We're not about criticising what the city has done. I deliberately complimented the work the City Council has done and its members. And also people will know that I've personally done that work pro bono and got in and helped people, but helped people with not just the food and so on, but actually with the legal stuff so that they're able to assert their rights and work or bring their families to the UK. For example, with the Ukrainian scheme and the Ukrainian crisis, at the beginning of the war, we sat in the room on that Friday night and asked, what do you need? And they said, we need visa support. I said, well, I might have some time on Monday because I'm not being paid for this. But they said, no, we need you tomorrow. And I went there tomorrow and I helped about 20 people and showed them how to get their family members using the scheme and the form, which I'm very proud to say was successful. And I've done that again and again and again. But at the time, unfortunately, there were former Labour councillors who said, well, Ukraine is more deserving than Afghans. And that really did hurt a lot of people because there is still that racism within there. So we are there to help everybody. And this is about really looking at ways in which we can do that. And not just looking at ways, but actually setting a marked plan and a clear plan. So yes, it's great that we are going to be pushing forward on the motion in terms of recognition of City of Sanctuary. But really, we need to be doing that a lot quicker, not dragging out so long, because it has been so long that this has been debated and talked about. And again, I'd just like to reiterate, do be sensitive of people, because there are some people who have certain, affordability or other issues that means they can't attend meetings all the time. So we should not be using that as a political football all the time, because it really makes us look like children. And actually understand that we are here to serve our residents as best as we possibly can. And certainly some of us were not given a job through imposition. So again, I would like to reiterate, we do really appreciate the thoughtfulness that Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Battenmuch have put into the amendment, and we know that, being the opposition, we don't have the numbers to oppose such amendments. However, we really want to make that statement that that's really important that we get on and we do this, we do it publicly. And this debate, I hope, will show that Nottingham is different, together with all those other cities across the UK who really do care and work so hard for their residents to challenge the reform narrative, and also challenging the narrative of our Home Secretary, for example, taking away the gold to pay for accommodation, things like that. That's rhetoric we don't need to speak about or do, because we're not that low. We are very highly valued individuals for all of us, and so we should not stoop so low to be asking for the gold from refugees and so on small boats. But again, I do want to say that we are supporting this motion, even though it has been amended, not from our original. However, we want to keep on doing this work and really make sure that we keep fighting that good fight together, shoulder to shoulder, against that far-right rhetoric. Thank you again, and we will support the motion.
Councillor Jenkins, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Said that without moving my lips. No.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour?
The motion.
The motion is now a new motion now. Yeah.
The amendment.
Okay. All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion has been carried. Not that one. It's the amended motion. It's the amended motion that has been carried. We will now move on to our next agenda item. Motion in the name of Councillor Michael Edwards. Councillor Mike Edwards, will you please move the motion?
Chair, this is a simple motion. It merely says thank you. Thank you to the Labour government for the increase in money for services. An increase that is reportedly more than expected. The motion doesn't say it's enough money. It doesn't say it's enough money to get us back to pre-austerity levels. But we recognise it's progress to getting back towards what we once had. And we can say thank you. You might be surprised today I'm going to try and be nice and polite, less intense. And to my senior colleagues who've suffered me over the last couple of weeks over a number of issues, I hope you'll notice the change in my conduct today. But Eunice and I have been carrying some burdens from the Meadows and for the city in these last 6 weeks. We've had a heavy public meeting on the future of Queen's Walk Community Centre. We're trying to get the Meadows Youth Centre reopened. We've had the 8th of estate inspections by our Housing Services Land Officer in the New Meadows. Just yesterday, we suffered a cut to the frequency of the NCT Green 11 that serves the old Meadows, a change that we tried to stop, and a bit ironic, given that we have now had 2 planning applications from Nottingham Forest that envisage that at first an extra 15,000 spectators, then an extra 22,500 spectators will be accommodated, with all the extra non-active journeys being met by increased public transport. By the way, a proposal that seems to require 5 extra special tram services to be run at the end of every game. Now, I know Eunice intends to speak on some of this, but also the public transport situation generally has been a bit of a burden, because I happened to attend an MCA transport meeting where we considered an early draft of the final draft of the public transport plan. And only Nottingham representatives had something significant to say about step changes in the provision of public transport, Step changes that allow us to do more to improve our air quality. Step changes that allow us to do more to meet the global expectations of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. There was a complete absence of railway development proposals. And you might be pleased to hear that there are now 2 pages of railway development proposals in the MCA policy logs, including ideas of 3 new railway stations proposed for the neighbourhoods of Nottingham. So if I've been unduly miserable or intense in the last 6 weeks, particularly to my more senior colleagues, unduly dry or sarcastic or sour, please don't blame the Salopian culture I grew up with, which happened to be highlighted by the only famous Hollywood star who actually came from Shropshire. Indeed, intense because I know how much need and how much untapped potential for collective provision for the common good there is. A need that has grown because of austerity and the organisation of the world's economy to feed the super rich, done because of the lie that benefits will trickle down to reach us. And if people cite problems in Nottingham because of local decisions, any such debates are, in the words of a previous council leader, small potatoes compared to the annual reductions of £100 million to this city council. Colleagues, it was austerity. It was austerity. It was austerity. Now, we can learn and we can reflect. And reflect, indeed, that one of the first actions of the austerity-loving Conservatives and Liberal Democratic government was to remove the system of corporate governance reviews. Reviews that said, know the aims for the money you have, the ambition. Plan for how this money should be used and introduce dated targets with a performance management system to underwrite it. Have the staff and the capacity to deliver the services and the projects. No, they have the capability and have the culture to deliver. And know what you are doing for the people is legitimate and not just legal. To which I would add, be radical and be socialist. The outcomes of which shines brightest in our transport planning and the outcomes that we have achieved, regarded as the best in the country. Yet already we've seen today calls for reductions in presumed increases in council tax. I mean, take a moment to reflect. No, the increases in council tax came from the need to make up for the direction of the right-wing politicians in this country to deliver money to Tunbridge Wells instead. No, it came from Mansfield Conservative MPs, now in reform, who were endorsed by certain members in this chamber. Now, let's take the moment to reflect and consider and know how much money is actually available. Understand what pots of money have been subsumed within the main settlement. Work out what pressures previously met by the NHS are now falling upon us. And let us work out what we still have to do and how we can best do it. And I recognise it's still work in progress and to be reviewed. But use the budget process to work it out. And know, by the way, that not all of us in this city have benefited from 20 million packages like Clifton has. We can and we should reflect on what we've learnt locally in these difficult years, dealing with perhaps £100 million a year less in grant for many years, while social need in particular has grown. Whether processes for investing might have benefited from more member involvement, well, maybe. How to properly allocate the housing revenue account? Yes, worthy of good consideration, but you've got to suspect the call upon by the Section 151 officer for Section 114 powers. Was that really appropriate? Understand that the broad-based renewal proposal was difficult to not join in, but perhaps realise that the council saved money in the process when the land fell to us. On Robin Hood Energy, no, we used a formal civil servant who'd written the energy procurement rules, and that Bulb developed a much bigger deficit than Robin Hood Energy, but they were underwritten by the Conservative government and survived as Octopus to make a mint at the public expense. And was that second section 114, which turned our top finance managers into bean counters to oversee small financial transactions, ever an appropriate use of resource? And why us when other councils in much worse predicaments than us did not feel the need to have a section 114? And what value did the people called in to advise us on how to improve really add? Didn't they just confuse management processes within the council? And I know I resented the imposition of commissioners, but their line saying the politicians should take the lead in and take responsible for decision making is actually quite welcome. And actually it's supporting and perhaps even driving some of the personnel changes that took place. Now, I'm very reluctant to get into personnel matters, but it's obvious that some of my colleagues had to make difficult decisions to make progress. So I hear when some colleagues say that commissioners might probably have been the best external consultants we ever had. Nottingham City Council has demonstrated that we can learn and that we can listen. And even in the past, take the 2003 elections, when Labour in Nottingham didn't do quite as well as we expected. We lost a number of seats in the inner city to the Liberal Democrats, who, by the way, then split within 6 weeks of being elected. We looked into what went wrong, and you can see the lessons that we learned are written on our corporate lanyard. The city had to be cleaner, the city had to be safer, that more pride could then be taken, and yes, we had to be ambitious for our city. Now, I know we have streets in the Meadows that need more frequent cleaning. Households or collection of households that are probably tipping. Streets blighted in parts by empty properties with uncaring owners. In 3 streets alone, 12 empty properties owned by one property owner. We know that we don't have the community groups that we once had. Kept growing, if not actually created, through the proper neighbourhood development officers we once had. Neighbourhood groups that created things of long-standing value to the people of Nottingham, for instance, the community gardens. Value from spending money on people, developing people and developing residents so they can do more for the community. It's a good thing and we need more of that back. We need much more welfare advice back. We suspect that for our local group, for 80,000 more, we might be able to help people properly apply for benefits and avoid more debt to the tune of £500,000. And I know the Meadows will not be exceptional in this. Colleagues in this chamber will all be thinking, well, those are ideas that would apply to my ward too. Quite right. So let's get on with working those up and getting them into the budget process. An optimistic process that perhaps only 4 of the 43 Labour councillors have ever been involved in before, where we're actually planning for increased expenditure. And that growth is coming because the return of Labour values enabled nationally, now enabled in the city, enabled at the level of the 2 counties, and enabled because of the Police Commissioner. We can say we can do more and do more better when we come together to provide for the public good. And in particularly in local government, which is being awarded more money when commentators said that money was tight. Tight, of course, because believers in trickle-down have created an economy that did not grow over a 15-year period. Tight because trickle-down required public money to provide more of the training money for the private sector and to provide more of the money for investment into research. Tight because there was a hole in the public finances of £22,000 million that even the new agencies like the Office for Budget Responsibility failed to spot. Tight because our trade was so badly damaged by Brexit, a decision driven by the advocates of trickle-down. And yet the Labour government is finding extra money for local government, and I suspect it's because so many of them are new Labour MPs who were previously Labour councillors and know the value of the services councils provide. Then, of course, there's been some special and very important lobbying by the Special Interest Group for Metropolitan Authorities, who typically focus on the needs of the North and the Midlands, and I think we can recognise the significance of the works that Graham has been involved in, and the correctness and the value of the motion that Audra proposed at the November Council meeting, which we voted for. Now, I'm afraid once again the government has been persuaded to help out Outer London and Inner London, despite London's obvious success and the promise of huge national transport investment schemes, when we in Nottingham are still suffering delays to the electrification of Midland Main Line. However, we've done some effective lobbying based on proper Labour values, and we've got progress. And however much people complain about some of the misjudgments made by the current Labour government, you can see how our MPs have worked to get most of the winter fuel allowance back and to work for the removal of the two-child cap for social security. And if you're still not happy, have a word with the General Secretary of the Train Drivers Union, ASDF, who I witnessed listing all the benefits made for workers within the railways, including bringing the train operating companies back into public ownership. And no doubt Linda will take the opportunity to remind us all of the progress that's been made elsewhere by the Labour government, but to repeat and reiterate, now is the time to take stock. Take time to reflect on how much is actually available to us. Take time to reflect on how much there is to do, and then work that through a budget process and look to expand in an effective way. Meanwhile, for today, at least time to say thank you to the Labour government for the increase in our grants to help us serve the people of Nottingham better. Chair, I move.
Is that seconded? Linda.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Edwards, for bringing forward this motion. In December 2025, the National Labour Government issued the Provisional Local Government Settlement to councils, with more money going to places with the greatest level of need. And this is a radical overhaul of how local government has been funded over the past 15 years. This money is part of the first year of a multi-year funding settlement in over a decade, which gives councils 3 years of financial certainty so that we can plan ahead rather than having to firefight from year to year. And it builds on the £11 million recovery grant that Nottingham was granted before the funding formula was looked at this year. So I join with Councillor Edwards in welcoming and thanking our government for keeping their manifesto promise to, by delivering this enhanced provisional settlement for 26-27 through to 28-29. So for too long, as Councillor Edwards points out, councils like Nottingham have been forced to make incredibly difficult decisions to keep our commitment to deliver legal, balanced budgets. We've scrambled from one year to the next over the 14 years of coalition and Tory government, making difficult decisions instead of being able to plan properly for the future. And along with many other deprived areas of the country, we face savage cuts and also the transfer of financial burdens on council tax decisions. By moving that to council tax, the Tory government transferred the politics and the risk with rising council tax bills to local taxpayers instead of it coming from the Treasury. So as Councillor Edwards said, that led to us losing up to £100 million per year in our central government grant, whilst the unresolved issues of funding for homelessness and for social care and other things like send transport have been pushed down onto struggling councils nationwide. And we know that was deliberate. And how do we know? Because Rishi Sunak actually said so. He didn't realise he was being filmed, but he was. But when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer, standing as leader, he boasted of it in his visit to Tunbridge Wells saying we have transferred funding away from deprived areas into areas like Tunbridge Wells. How cynical, how callous. So this provisional settlement restores funding to areas with deprivation and marks a clear and welcome change from that approach. And the commitment to multi-year funding settlements gives us something we've been denied for far too long: stability. And the ability to plan, invest and deliver services more effectively. So crucially, this settlement reflects the fairer system of allocation, something highlighted by Councillor Chapman over many contributions to this council chamber. It directs funding to areas with the greatest needs and recognises the real pressures facing areas like Nottingham. It doesn't say that every problem has been solved. The underlying issues of 14 years cannot be resolved in 18 months. We still have a cost of living crisis, and NHS was left on its knees, soaring rents in the private sector and insecure work. But it does recognise a positive shift in how local government is treated and valued. But Labour has not just delivered on this to address deprivation. In just 18 months, we now have a renters' rights bill coming onto the statute, giving people more security in the place they call home. Record investment into the NHS with waiting times for operations and treatments reducing. Record rises in the national minimum wage. An employment rights bill which in April will deliver the shortest ever period of qualification for full employment rights, plus an end to falsely low and 0 hours contracts. An ambitious commitment to house building and particularly social housing, social rents. Bringing rail franchises back into public ownership under GB Rail. Freezing rail fares this month and giving households £150 off their energy bills just this year, and more locally, ending the historic injustice of the Mine Workers Pension Fund by transferring previously retained surpluses back into the fund, benefiting 100,000 retired miners in Nottingham, Nottinghamshire and their families. And that was fought for by Labour MP Steve Yem from Mansfield. So this fairer funding is just another example of the Labour government meeting its manifesto commitments, which now recently include proposals to address violence against women and girls and an improved animal welfare bill. The good news just keeps coming. None of these commitments were fanciful or unfunded, and that is the difference that this Labour government will make to the lives of the poor and vulnerable in society, for those who work and for those who cannot work as well. So for those reasons, Lord Mayor, it's right that we welcome this settlement, thank our government for doing what they said they would do, taking steps towards a more just, sustainable approach to local government finance. We will carry on here in this chamber developing this programme of investment alongside some of the already 4.5 million additional commitment already funded for next year's budget process. And I'm proud to second this motion. Thank you.
Are there any councillors who wish to ask a question for clarification? Clarification. Councillor Roux. Yeah, Councillor Roux.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wondered if Councillor Edwards could confirm the precise amount of the settlement that we're being asked to thank the government for, given that it's actually missing from the wording of the motion.
Are there any councillors who want to propose? No. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Councillor Edwards, can you respond?
Well, I'm a bit surprised that the the Independent, force of habit, didn't listen to what the Deputy Leader said. Right? And he said it quite clearly in public, on the public record, and it wasn't necessary for me to have that figure at the time to put the motion in. I took advice and was told that the motion would stand the news that has come through, and the news that's come through was announced today was 7.3 million. Perfectly clear, perfectly simple, perfectly plain. I don't understand what your problem is, unless it is you're not used being asked to support increases in public expenditure for the people of Nottingham.
Are there any councillors who want to propose an amendment? Are there any councillors? Are there any councillors who want to speak on this item? Speak on this item. Harris. Chapman, is your hand up? Huh? Your hand is up, okay. Eight, okay. Rule, Councillor Rule. Okay, let me see. Councillor Gosonic. Councillor. Battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7.
Great. So whoever you've got Councillor Harris.
Yeah, no.
Councillor Cosser.
Yeah.
Councillor Battle.
I have that.
Councillor Chapman.
I have that.
Councillor Reagan.
I have that.
Councillor Radford.
Councillor. Oh, did you? Okay, that's why I couldn't.
And then I've got Councillor Rain and Councillor Jones.
Councillor Radford. Councillor Reagan. Sorry?
I'll say more than 7. I'll say more than 7. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter. I'll say more than 7.
8.
Oh, I have 9
Okay,
here.
we'll just do this list here.
No,
that's fine.
Rain.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, the last.
I'll reduce that. I'll reduce that list. There you go. I'll write that for you.
Councillor Harris. That's the first one. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome this motion. I welcome the increase in the funding from our Labour government. And I think this is a great start to what we can see from local government reform from the Labour government that was elected. However, I'll start on a slightly negative note, actually. I still think there are structural issues within local government that absolutely need to be addressed. This is the step towards it, but it is one step in a very long walk. And I know colleagues, Councillor Barnard and Councillor Kelsey, that cover adults and children's social care, see 70% of our budget being spent on adults and children's social care. Absolutely unsustainable, and an area I know that county councillors across the country have to deal with, and are many of the issues with the budgetary requirements and the reasons that council tax has to increase and budgets are tight. And I think further to the increased funding, areas like this, which are reasons for health issues and inequalities in health and also local government, need to be addressed. Challenges with licensing and planning regulations, another area that could really, really support us as a local authority. And the absolute need for a 2026-2027 funded pay rise for our council staff that has been called for by the NJC recognised unions, Unison, GMB and Unite. For a proper pay rise for council staff is what is needed, in line with the increase in funding. But this isn't the end of the journey for the Labour government on increasing funding in both local government and other areas. It is just the start. We have a long way to go to be back to pre-austerity levels of funding, which I don't even know how old I was at the point of pre-austerity funding, but it still was probably in the single digits. Sorry for those councillors that are more senior than me. But we will keep pushing as a Labour council for the people of Nottingham to ensure that the years of austerity can well and truly be resigned to the miserable chapter of the history books. So I do welcome this motion and will be supporting it. So thank you, Councillor Edwards.
Councillor Reagan.
Excuse me.
We have all been told about the extra money we as a council can spend. We as Meadows councillors have already found 6 areas which we intend to campaign for and which we have been campaigning for since we were both elected. Number 1, we need better assistance for our housing repair system. Number 2, housing land management, including trees, which we have many of in the Meadows. Our welfare advice system runs on a shoestring. A new deal on the Queen's Walk Community Centre, which will certainly be of help to our Meadows Advice Group, with the uncertainty of whether they will still be there at the Queen's Walk Community Centre. More subsidy is needed for the bus services. Last but not least, street cleaning has been a big loss in this area and needs to be improved to a greater extent. Councillor Edwards and myself believe we should be able to do these things and continue to fight to achieve this. I know this sounds as if I am only concerned with Meadows matters, but I am sure all councillors have the same situations in their own neighbourhoods. So we need to stop talking and get on with it. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just come on. Sam, can you switch your microphone off, please, mate?
Yes, you're ruining everything.
You're on
All right. Okay. Look, it's 15 years this council, amongst others, has been the victim of one of the greatest heists of government finance. This heist has involved the transfer of billions. I'm not talking about millions. I'm talking about billions of government grant from the poorest councils to the better off councils. And it wasn't an accident. It wasn't a byproduct. It was a deliberate conspiracy. It allowed the better off, especially districts, to stack up reserves, keep council tax down, and preserve services. Conversely, councils representing the poorer areas were forced to cut services, deplete reserves, and increase council taxes. So we ended up with absurdities and injustices. And I've mentioned this several times before. Knowsley, the poorest place in the country, lost per capita a head £1,200 by 2023. Wokingham, the richest place in the country, gained £56 per head. That's how unjust it was. But the situation is even more ridiculous, where a £200,000 house in Middlesbrough, Bolton, Nottingham is paying as much council tax as a £40 million mansion in Westminster. Indeed, Battersea in Nottingham is paying more money than Buckingham Palace. Wow. I'm not joking. This has also created a direct shift of resources from the North and Midlands to the South, which dwarfed all the small change we got from the Levelling Up Fund. It was minuscule compared with what we were losing day in, day out on the ground. But the other thing is, of the top 30 losers, councils, every one of them was Labour. Every one. Of the top 30 beneficiaries, everyone was Conservative or no overall control in 2023. That was a political fix. It was pork barrel and it was immoral. And it was unsustainable. So sensibly, this government has addressed these absurdities. It has done precisely what this council requested last meeting. It has abolished the new homes bonus, which is a way of top-slicing funding and giving it to those councils which had most house building. And where were they? They were in the south. It has introduced needs-based assessment, factoring in children in poverty, and Nottingham has done particularly well from that. It has factored in our ability to raise income. It hasn't assumed that we're automatically getting income that is disproportionate to our resources. It has looked into the ability to raise business rates, and it's factored that in. And it's also abolished the factor of sparsity, which was a fix which the Tories introduced in order to give money to rural councils, on the assumption that rural councils had additional costs because of the distances between their particularly towns. The government has responded for the first time in 15 years, and we have fair funding, and I'm extremely grateful. But this isn't the end. We have still got to look at what is happening to social care. We cannot deal with local government finance without social care. There's a crisis emerging in SEND funding, and we do look to see what we can do about the resetting of the business rates, and also there has been a disproportionate amount allocated to London for housing costs, and we need to work on that next time round. But most of all, I'll tell you what we do need, and it's going to be top priority. We need an independent organisation which oversees the distribution of grants. It cannot be left to politicians in the future because of the way it has been abused. And you imagine a reform government behaving in the way Trump is. We cannot afford that. So that, for me, has got to be the top priority of this Labour government, to ensure proper distribution and decent distribution according to need and not politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thanks for my colleagues for their contributions. And I just want to share my happiness and my gratitude as well to the government for their provisional statement. For the first time, perhaps in over 10 years or more, after 10 years of Tory austerity, we have a government committed to redistribution, a genuine intention to begin the reversal of years of cuts to local services. This is the first multi-year settlement I've seen in more than 10 years as well. Previously, councils struggled with year-to-year settlements. We were held hostage by Tory exchequers that ignored the needs of local residents. Multi-year settlements finally give councils like ours the stability to plan budgets effectively. No longer will we face the uncertainty of cliff-edge spending reviews. Unlike its predecessors, this government cares about councils. This certainty will allow local authorities, over the duration of this parliament, to reinvest in the neighbourhood services all our residents deserve. On the 17th of December, our Minister of Local Government announced the provision of 77.7 billion in core spending power for councils for 25-26, rising up to 84.6 billion by 28-29. That's a 15.1 increase within a 3-year on the settlement. These figures provide a solid foundation for ambitious plans to deliver on priorities for local people. Now, for Nottingham, it will mean an increase of 7 million for 26-27 on top of an existing underspend that we hold. And I'm really sorry that the opposition is not here to hear all this. One of the greatest challenges for authorities like Nottingham is demographic pressure. Rising demand for adult social care and increasingly, obviously, complex needs, compounded by high levels of deprivation in our city. The city funds the majority of care packages by law, yet has fewer self-payers than the county and lower council tax income. Years of neglect under Tory governments left us unable to raise sufficient funds to areas of greatest needs, creating debt and forcing maximum council tax increases. This government intends to build the National Care Service, maximising choice, independence, quality of care, whilst ensuring sustainable funding. The announcement included the 4.6 billion, I remind my colleagues, in additional funding for adult social care by 28-29, including 500 million for the first ever fair pay agreement to improve pay and conditions for care staff who protect our most vulnerable every day. And obviously, more work, colleagues, more work needs to be done, doesn't it? We also need to look at the integration of the care sector and the NHS. How are we going to bring things closer together? How are we going to make the care system more effective? More work needs to be done. But clearly, we are on a good track. The government has also pledged to stand with those who lost out during austerity. It will rebalance the playing field and bring forth a higher degree of equity. There was an announcement that recovery grant allocations, which I remember during the time that I was in the executive, will be maintained through the multi-year settlement, supporting high deprivation areas that struggle to raise local income. And the City of Nottingham was a recipient of those, and hopefully it will continue being one, even though now they will be part of the central grant, as Councillor Woodings explained to me before the meetings, together with local government reorganisation, particularly if option B2 that we are supporting, if that's unheld, and obviously with those changes that this settlement gives us, our city will be stronger, more resilient and more sustainable. I would even think that our opposition should have actually no issue in supporting this motion. And here's why I think that. Now, what is neoliberalism? Now, Milton Friedman defined it as minimal state. We just tend to be on the minimal state, the withdrawal of government intervention, the protection of the purity of fictional free markets that don't exist, to prevent price distortion, to protect competition, and ultimately to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. It was an economic doctrine that was the one that was brought to the UK by Margaret Thatcher and has led to the north-south divide, to massive regional inequalities in the country. Yes, well, I mean, obviously, see the settlement now and compare. Compare and contrast. Here we have a Labour government that, in contrast to all that, intervenes in the market to some extent, doesn't it? It aims to fundamentally equalise regions across the country. Let me remember which economist said that. Well,
Councillor
Keynes said that.
please, can you round up?
Well, OK. Nottingham City Council will see a much-needed increase in spending over this Parliament, and I believe that Nottingham people will see its benefit over the coming years. So thanks for that, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Battle-Much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. From Keynes and Friedman to Robin Williams. In his greatest ever film, in my opinion, RV Vacation, he racks up at a RV park in the middle of nowhere and he says, it might not be the end of the world, but you can see it from here. And that's what it's felt like these last few years. It's felt like pulling teeth, trying to survive, questioning yourself as a councillor. Am I making any difference? Is it worth me carrying on? We've all, if we're honest, thought that. And if we haven't thought that, then maybe we should have been thinking that. Because it tests you as an individual. Because we've now got some light at the end of the tunnel. But we've had years where we were down to the bare bones of survival, where many good services were at breaking point and many broke. When, as a local councillor, in the last 2 years, we didn't even have local funds to support local organisations that came to us asking for 50 quid or 100 quid for a local event, and you had to say, sorry, we haven't got that, and they look at you gone out. Well, we didn't, Graham. We didn't. I was told very clearly we didn't have money for local events. Aspley might have had some, I don't know, but we certainly didn't. Anyway, Graham, don't heckle from the back. I look forward to getting access to those funds again, and also to feel that that can't come quickly enough, but also to be in meetings with my fellow councillors and organisations in my ward to look how best they can be spent. And, you know, funding needs to come as a right, not as a lottery competition. We've had too many years of people bidding for this bit of money and bidding for that bit of money and fighting against each other. How much money was wasted on bid teams bidding for this that never got anywhere? It was an absolute farce, and I hope our government doesn't go down that line. We need to build trust with the workforce too. Staff have lost a lot of colleagues over the years, and they've ended up covering the work, in reality, of a lot of the colleagues that have gone. You know, I lost count of talking to staff who said, yeah, I'm sort of doing the job of me and Joan, who used to work here last year. And, you know, we've been bailed out as a city by the excellence of our staff. Above and beyond so many times. Putting in countless hours, probably of unpaid overtime. Trying to keep the city going when they knew what we were up against. And people who choose, when they had other options, to work for an impoverished city deserve the highest praise, and I give them that praise for sticking with us during those bleak years. And we might just have a chance to breathe now and a chance to rebuild the infrastructure in our city. And we do this alongside the mayor, and hopefully in time we do it inside a wider council that can build a more meaningful infrastructure for our wider community. Because, as we know, the community doesn't end at the city border that we have at the moment. The community is much broader than that when we talk about Nottingham as a whole. And we've all been in those situations where we've met somebody who lives 2 doors beyond the city boundary but uses city services and the like. Local government reform now is going to be a more interesting debate, as the line that we're broke just won't hold anymore. So I look forward to those debates with colleagues from the county and from the districts who say they don't want to come into a broken, financial, bankrupt city. They'll have to find another excuse, because for many of them it is an excuse. They don't want to be part of a city or a broader city. They think somehow their district is exempt from life. Well, it might have been under the funding regimes that happened in the past. But under a fairer funding regime now, we've got a chance to build a bigger city, a broader city, to bid alongside other core cities, to put Nottingham more on the map that it should be, alongside Leeds, alongside Sheffield, alongside Manchester, as taking the place where it should be. So I look forward to having those debates. I look forward to sitting in those meetings and working out where we can spend some money that will improve lives, and to voting for a budget in March that will not be impoverishing our residents for once. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to be clear to the Chamber and the public watching that this is not really a motion in the usual sense. It does not ask this council to do anything or commit us to a policy change or campaign or advocate for other bodies to make change. It merely offers political endorsement and thanks to the National Labour government. That's important context, because full council should be a place for democratic debate and accountability, not a platform for congratulating Westminster. It's also worth noting the timing and authorship of this motion. Councillor Mike Edwards was imposed as chair of the Labour group by the National Labour Party, with no opportunity for Labour councillors to elect their own chair. Councillor Linda Woodins was gifted her executive position by the imposed leader. Now, ahead of the Labour group AGM, we are asked to thank the same leadership that removed democratic choice from Nottingham Labour councillors. Members can draw their own conclusion about whether this motion is more about internal party posturing than the financial reality facing Nottingham. Turning to the substance. The motion claims that the provisional settlement represents a radical overhaul of local government funding, with more money going to areas of greatest need, and that gives councils 3 years of certainty. What it does not do is set out in real terms what this means for Nottingham. Because the key question is not whether the settlement is multi-year or how it is branded by ministers, but whether it actually meets need. And the evidence in Nottingham is that it does not. If this settlement genuinely represented a break from austerity, we would not be consulting on a 2026-27 budget that proposes yet more cuts to services that residents rely on every day. We would not be seeing these continued cuts to community centres. We would not be seeing libraries outsourced, delayed or quietly run down. We would not be seeing an under-resourced safer housing team allowing private landlords to exploit loopholes putting residents at risk of homelessness. We would not be removing the holiday voucher scheme that supports families during school holidays. We would not be cutting the meals at home service relied on by older and disabled residents. We would not be reducing respite provision for carers. We would not see an accommodation strategy which closes provision before assessing whether it is needed. We would not have continued underfunding essential services or allow the council house itself and other heritage buildings to deteriorate because there is no money. These are not just historic cuts. We still feel their impact and further cuts are proposed. Hundreds of council jobs have already been lost, services have been hollowed out, and the impact is visible in our neighbourhoods. So the claim that this settlement represents a decisive shift away from austerity does not stand up to scrutiny on the ground. A 3-year settlement that locks in chronic underfunding is not progress. It's just austerity continued. And if Nottingham still cannot meet its statutory duties without cutting deeply into discretionary services, then this settlement has not resolved the problem. That matters politically. Because if a Labour government adopts the language of fairness and renewal but delivers settlements that still force councils like Nottingham City Council to cut services year after year, then residents will quite rightly question what has really changed. The council should not be asked to thank a government for a settlement that still leaves our city struggling to provide the basics. We should be honest with ourselves and honest with our residents. If the funding does not meet need, if it does not restore what is lost, and if it still results in cuts to services and jobs, then it is still austerity, regardless of how it is presented or who is in government. Any additional funding to Nottingham is welcome, but welcome is not the same as sufficient. Nottingham still does not have enough. Until residents stop losing services and jobs, this is not a settlement worth congratulating Westminster for. For these reasons, I will be abstaining on the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Rain.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's interesting this. I mean, I was thinking what Steve was saying. This has been a very difficult period for all of us. It's been an incredibly difficult time to be in public service. I mean, somebody I'd not seen from my family for ages was asking me, how's it going on Nottingham City Council, Nick? And you're thinking, well, actually, for a change, if I'm being positive, I think, well, actually, there's been some good news in terms of settlement. It's been horrendous for the last few years. There's been cuts in my ward, there's been cuts to the city, there's been cuts that we've all particularly not wanted. And I think it is worth actually taking some time to think about how that has changed. Is it a panacea? Is it going to sort everything out? No. But being in power is difficult, isn't it? I mean, you know, to say the least. You look at the last 14 years, I was thinking, I mean, my son's about to be 21, my daughter's about to be 18. And for their entire lives, they've lived through this austerity. So I grew up in the 80s, you know, not far from here. It wasn't an easy time. But my kids have had it far worse. They've grown up in a time when they've had potholes, civic society's virtually disintegrated, there's homelessness, there's obvious drug use, there's all sorts of problems. We've now got, you know, there's racism, there's division, there's all things that I remember that are actually worse than the 80s. Really significant problems have been going on time and time again. And it's easy to say, well, you need to do X, Y, and Z, and we do. You know, I can sit here and criticise things. The national government's not been great on communications. But Councillor Wooding's laid out lots of things, as others have, that they've actually done in terms of the Employment Rights Act, you know, no fault, we've got 0 hours, we've got fairer funding in Nottingham and so on. It's a start. Is it a panacea? No, it isn't. Yes, right. But it needs to be said that, you know, to people, and a reason to raise it is that when I knock on doors and people say, why should we vote Labour? You need to say what people have been doing, and it's not getting through. Yeah. And we live in a time when the media, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, some of the nonsense is ridiculous. Yeah. I was on my phone earlier on, you've got ex-Tories now on a conveyor belt joining Reform who've screwed the country for 14 years, suddenly saying that they've got the solutions. It's unbelievable that you can suddenly have somebody who's been done for fiddling tax, heating the stables, and all of a sudden they're saying that they support the common man, working class. Obviously not. The media aren't even challenging this. We need to be a lot better with it. But we also need to say that, you know, in terms of voting, the Labour Party has values, and we are doing our best to rectify what is an absolute mess. I walk around my ward and elsewhere, and other cities. I visit my son in Bristol, in the northeast, I've been to Middlesbrough and so on. Everywhere is the same. We are trying to repair decades of damage. I work in the education sector. To say schools have been underfunded like the NHS has is an understatement. But we have to be realistic. It is not a bottomless pit. And at the same time, we can't be asking people to pay a fortune. The burden of tax on working people is already way too high. We need to look at where it comes elsewhere. And we need to resolve things. But when we do things like raise the minimum wage, we get people criticising us. When we actually talk about raising in-work benefits of people, we get criticised. Even though we know personally, I know people, I've got friends who work in the care sector who rely on in-work benefits, despite the fact that they're helping the elderly and sick and doing vital jobs. Our party is trying to reverse that. And it's easy to sit on the sidelines and be cynical and just say, well, they need to do X, Y, and Z. But cynicism doesn't build schools, it doesn't build hospitals, it doesn't give you a wage, it doesn't improve employment rights. You have to work within the system. Is it everything we want? No, it's not. And I'll continue to make criticisms behind closed doors of things I'm not happy with, as I'm sure other colleagues will. But at the end of the day, we need to celebrate that by having a Labour government, it's made real, tangible difference to our city. It is worth going out and voting. It's worth going out and celebrating these things and pushing for more. Just carping at the sidelines and saying, well, it's not enough, doesn't achieve anything whatsoever. It is pointless. If we're in here, we're here as advocates for our city. Let's celebrate the fact we've had more money and we don't have to make as many cuts because it's been bloody difficult. But let's say at the same time, thanks, we're getting better. Thank you.
Councillor Radford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do want to thank the government, particularly for honouring their promise to cities like Nottingham, despite considerable pressure to backtrack. When Labour won the election, I was hopeful. I knew they couldn't do everything, but I am very, very glad they did this at least. Because, put simply, this money will change lives. I also want to put on record my thanks to the former local government minister, Jim McMahon, not that he'll probably get it, who before leaving government did much of the hard work to get the department and the government to where Nottingham needed them to be. Before Christmas, I extended the opportunity to our opposition groups, they've all gone, I suppose you're here, I'll give you that much, to sit down with me to discuss how this extra money could and should be spent. I have no doubt Kevin and Andrew will, but something after today tells me the Alliance will not take the advantage of the offer, despite the lofty claims about putting politics to one side on serious and important matters. How we choose to spend an extra £7 million would probably be a serious and important matter. On the point about you make, Councillor Jones, about this motion being grandstanding, frankly, if Corbyn was Prime Minister and gave Nottingham this money, I and you would jump in joy thanking him for it. Couldn't care who gave us the money. The fact is we've been campaigning for over a decade for it, and they gave us to it. So I think it probably is a bit more about politics rather than the actual seriousness of the situation. On the point about Councillor Edwards being imposed by the party, no offence to Councillor Edwards, but I really don't think the 300,000 residents in this city care as much as you think they do about internal party politics. What they care about is how their bills are getting paid, how their rent's getting paid, who's paying for their food on the table, and the matters that really impact their life. Shame. Go away. What they do care about is seeing change, and this extra money will deliver that. It's really easy, as Councillor Rains says, to sit on the sidelines and say, as any opposition does, including the Tories, it's not enough. It's not enough. Well, it's more than we've got, and it's a damn sight better than we'd have got under the Tories. And you talk about the budgets of the past, Councillor Jones, you voted for them. I know it's an uncomfortable reality, but you did. You cannot do everything all at once. And you may have all decided to call it a day just as the going got better, but not us. We'll step up, we'll represent the Nottingham people, because we were elected to represent them, and we will deliver. And while you go on right-wing media outlets, not delivering for local people or making an actual change for anyone outside this room, we'll decide how that £7 million is spent.
Councillor Edwards, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Well, Chair, I was Deputy Leader of the Council for 5 years and responsible for setting budgets in years when the budget increased every single year. Can I tell you, even in the years when the budgets were increasing, we still made cuts to services because we took a decision to maximise the effectiveness of the use of our money. And I thought that answer to the written question from my colleague from Bilborough, Helen, was very, very, I'm sorry, but my eyes are not, my memory's not good. There was a very powerful point. Make the money work to maximum value. So the idea that it's no cuts is simplistic and not sensible. And to just doubt our faith. Folks, the motion was put because actually we are happy that we've got the increase. And yes, we know we don't know the full facts. The Deputy Leader's got up and said as much. There is more to be determined, more information to be shared. But we know a little bit, and we know enough to celebrate this motion. What can I do about people who don't want to believe, share off, just call us faithless, really? What do? We just have to focus on delivering for the people. And I thought the contributions from our colleagues, Sam, Eunice, Graham, Pavlos, Steve, Nick, this is my handwriting, and Ethan, said it right. We know it's not the whole story, and we know it's not the end of the story. We know there is a lot to do. We know the amount of public service that we provided in 2008 was appreciated by the people of Nottingham. We have that mandate, I would suggest, to work to get the levels of public service back to those levels. And we know we've got a lot more to do on housing, and we know we've got to do another step change on public transport. We know that. And the point is, this is the group of people who hold those Labour values, who are working together and sticking together to get those changes made. That's a pretty strong statement of faith, I think. We are a democratic socialist party. That is what we are. And we are working to forward the interests of the people who are in there living by hand or by brain. And actually, it wouldn't be a bad thing if we Solutions did a little bit more of the public ownership at the same time, because too much of the money that the people generate ends up in the hands of extremely wealthy people who then run social media systems. That means that 90% of all comments made in support of Reform UK are generated by robots. That is the kind of communication system we are now having to deal with. If you want to know why it's so difficult to be Labour in this age of information technology, realise that IT has been set up to lie about us time and again, incredibly effectively. There's one guy in my ward who resigned from the Labour Party and shared what he thought was a private story with just 30 members of the public. Within 24 hours, he had 1,000 messages from members of the public over social media. That is how powerful the organisations are reined against us when we are seeking to make interest for working people. 30 private messages becoming 1,000 public. That's just one example of the rubbish that we're up against. So thank you, Linda, in particular, for taking the trouble to point out just how much we have achieved. And I have to say, if you listen to the General Secretary of ASLEF, the train drivers union, the left-wing union, my dad's union, telling you, your husbands, telling us just how much progress we've made in these 18 months. It's worth hanging on to. It's time to be a trade unionist again if you weren't before, because crikey, you realise just what progress has been made. So, colleagues, thank you for your contributions. Thank you to those who understand that there are challenges in what we have, as well as news to celebrate. And for those that don't have faith in us, did you ever? Were you really ever ours? Yeah. Chair, I ask people to support the motion. Thank you.
We will now vote on this item. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion has been carried. We will now move on to the next agenda item, committee membership changes. Can we agree to note the changes to committee membership as set out on the agenda front sheet. We will now move on to the final agenda item, date of the next meeting. Can we agree to change the date of the next meeting from 23rd February 2026 to 2nd March 2026 at 6 p.m.? Thank you. That concludes the business for today's meeting.